and welcome to this video of EU5, no longer EU4, where we're going to be playing more EU5. I am now about 21 hours, I have about 21 hours in game, so let's just jump into a new game. I am going to select any country, and we will be selecting the same country as on the first stream 3 days ago, and that's going to be Mali. Because now I understand things, more things. And if you have questions, feel free to ask them in the comments, in chat, wherever. I will do my best to answer. Any country is my favorite country. Controller, the country available to exercise de facto power over a location. Duh. Well, actually it's controller, it's not owner. The difference between the two. Also, to avoid getting blasted on loading screens and stuff like that, I am playing the EU5 music playlist, but through Spotify. At least Spotify kind of equalizes the music. E5! And, sorry, we're not going to play Hungary. We're going to go back into our little desert corner, the Mali Empire. Rule set, we will go with the Iron Man rule set. We have chances of getting achievements, at least. At least chances. And we'll play as Mali. It's going to be Mali 2, obviously. We are still the Mali Empire. We still have historical context, but we did read that the other day. No allies. Yeah. We might want to try and ally maybe like a Borgu. Ouagadougou is a target because they're neighbors, like Greco and Kong and Bonoman and Dagbon. We're probably going to want to get more vassals that side. Maybe, eat Greco, maybe eat Kong. We're going to want to colonize around here because if we look at Control R, there's ivory here. I want to export ivory. Saffron, that's Kisdugu, that does not belong to us yet. And I want that. I want to create a colonial charter, maybe not like immediately at the start, although there's gold, which is great. I did understand by chatting with someone, namely Darius the Brit. He told me a little bit about production and specifically trade, which is, I don't even know where it is. Oh, geopolitics, I think I've never been here, or at least I don't remember. We're landlocked, so we don't have access to maritime. Oh, hi, diseases. So it was here. Goods. No. Economy. Markets. Trading. Where you can set yourself a manual trade capacity for yourself. We're all in the Nyani market, which is our capital for now. We'll try and bring, Greco a little bit in. We'll work on that. Like every province has a pathway to the market. But I want to get back to my market. And economy and trading. So you can automate the market, and we're going to do mostly that. But we're going to set ourselves up a little bit. Oh, really, game? Come on. Like 1 unit of market thing for ourselves. And that's going to be a suggested, not import, suggested export for profit. I'm going to try and send food, gold, or things that are going to be very profitable for us to other markets where they have possibly less gold. Bengho, trading with the neighbors, selling them gold. That sounds great. I want to know about the Bengho market. And in that market, I want to know about gold. They have no gold in that market, apparently. The capital is in Bonoman, but they have absolutely 0 gold. So no minting, no nothing. And, you know, if we provide gold, they might be interested in gold. If we look at RGOs, they do have a few gold mines here. And here, there's a little one here, but one alone is not going to cover. If I select gold, can I select only gold? Yes, technically I think I can if I don't do like this. Oh, come on. Oh, because these are not even colonized. Wait, are these not colonized? Oh, that is colonized. Oi! Gold. Open RGO builder. Oh, that's not what I want. There we go. That's what I want. So there's a little bit here. In Bonoman, there's a tiny bit here. But that's probably not going to be enough. And they have not built up their gold mines at all. So if we go back to markets, the market map mode actually, that would be Control S, cool. The Bangho market, no gold. Kano market, possibly no gold either. Whereas if we look at in our market, we have an excess of gold, like a huge excess of gold. We don't need that much gold. So we can totally trade. Bangho market apparently wants some, but if I go back to here, to economy, markets, no, trading, we could send some off to Benin. Kano would be a bit further away, apparently. Why would it be worth less? In Bangko, it says potential profit of 381. So per whole point of trade capacity that we invest in it, currently we set ourselves to 1. We're buying gold for 0.49 on the, well, 0.49 gold on the market for 130. In Niani, it's very cheap, because there's a lot of supply and very little demand. And we sell it for 514 in Bangko. And that we're selling 0.5 units of gold, more or less. Gold being heavy, it takes a lot to, like, you know, it's mules. You need to put them on the back of mules, and that has a cost too. But I do think that... Oh, and it's not profitable to Kano because we're going further, is my bet. There's a bit of trade route maintenance. So let's set up... Not enough trade capacity left in my market. Oh, I have to maybe wait 1 month to get my trade capacity. And let's put it at point... I have 4.6. Let's do that so we can send out 1 unit when we start the game. In terms of automation, I will not automate the balance overall here. I will do most of it here myself, although they will often be automated. My clergy's not being taxed. They should be taxed. Can I not tax my clergy? I could tax my clergy, great. Good. We're not going to exempt them from being taxed. There's no reason they don't pay, they don't contribute. So we'll be managing this on our own. We can maybe put a little bit of minting? Yeah, a tiny bit of minting. 2 tiny bits of minting? Yeah, 2 tiny bits of minting. 3 tiny bits of minting? No, it goes dong. Meaning saying, no, you don't. You don't dare. Production methods, I disagree with that. However, I will let those. Buildings, let the game produce new buildings for you to cover all your needs. Yes. When they have 1,000 monies, they can build new buildings. That should be fine. Subsidize buildings, no. Destroy buildings, sure. You can build buildings if you want. Destroy estate buildings. For you, producing new buildings, yes, you can destroy estate buildings if needed. The RGOs, however, the resource gathering operation methods, I will control. Mine. Research is not automated. Law is not automated. I don't automate anything in here except... I'll let cultural acceptance automatically managed for now. I'm not certain that I want to let them do colonies or anything like that. I will let them replace generals and admirals because that's a pain. But navy and army construction, I'm not certain. They can build the buildings, we'll have the manpower, but I'm not going to let them build the armies. On my Korea test run, it did not work. The economy tutorial is not out yet, so I'm here to learn. Really? There is an economy tutorial, though. You just have to start with that part of it, isn't it? Oh, if you mean the PDX video for Eco, possibly. This music is slightly a bit loud. Spotify, please tune it down. Thank you very much, Spotify. So, yeah, that's the market. We'll get back to things like that. I think that's all I'm going to automate for the military. We know that we're going to be, I'll say, immune to the Black Death. I know that fiber crops are very cool to have. There's fiber crops and ivory here, so I kind of want to start a colonial charter here. In Koro. So we can also go to Morondo, which has the ivory. Here it's sturdy grains, which is also welcome, and livestock, but it's a terrible RGO size place. There's very little, very little space. We have 2.77k, so why not? Let's start. Let's actually start with the ivory. So create a colonial charter. What does colonial charter? Formed by a country that wishes to colonize an entire province. The colonial charter will migrate pops to the province. When the location is fully settled, the location will become owned by the colonizer. Got it. So I want to create a colonial charter here. And I want people to move from... Well, Sulu is my main place. Let's move the people from Tengrela. So we will send pops from Tengrela to Tenufo to establish a colonial charter. Monthly maintenance is 3.3, base of 2.1. Foreign population is 50k. Population plus 2, distance plus 0.2, and minus 20% because of colonial charters. Got it. Yeah. Let's go. New colonial charter. Can I build something in here too? No, it's only tribesmen. Speaking of which... Our country, I do not like first come, first serve. First come, first serve, it progresses you towards a traditional economy. I do not like traditional economy, so we're immediately going to pay stab off. So, infrastructure then most profitable moves us towards capital economy.
Incoming! Assemble the squirrel honor guard!
Zaid, I'm just starting, Zaid. Or starting again, rather, compared to Tuesday. Welcome, Zaid, how are you doing? You were playing, I forget what everyone is playing, but you were playing EU5. How was EU5? You don't know Zaid. He's discovering EU5 and probably better at it than me because he has had more experience. And on Sundays, you can catch me, Sunday afternoons, you can catch me in Zayd's stream when he plays Hoi 3 Black Ice, although I don't know if it's going to continue with EU5 out. That's to be seen. He's also a master at Workers and Resources. If you don't know that game, ask him, he knows all the questions. I know nothing. I just watch and pretend that I'm a worker coming with my shovel, and that's where my knowledge stops. But yeah, we're setting up Mali. And I'm thinking of flipping immediately from here because I don't like the first come first serve. Because first come first serve is traditional economy. I do not want traditional economy. I want a capital economy. U5 was good. Hansa swimming in... Hansa. E01 on Sunday. Got it. Most profitable first would move us towards full-on towards capital economy. Infrastructure first, then most profitable. I do like the building my infrastructure first because infrastructure allows me to spread control and stuff like that. And then if I have more control, then I can tax more, which means more money. Then most profitable, which has the advantage of pushing me a bit less towards capital economy, but a little bit more towards communalism. If you look at values here. Communalism is here, towards individualism. Individualism, estates are less happy. Stronger army, stronger navy morale, pups move around faster. Whereas communalism, easier to revoke privileges from my estates. My estates are slightly happier instead of being slightly pissed off from individualism. They migrate more slowly, but they're also rebel way less. And for me, who likes very stable countries, I like communalism. So let's go to here, I need estate, there. Let's flip to this. Yes, it cost me stability. It's fine. We'll invest a little bit more to actually get to gaining some stability and... let's go to 1.5. Ish. Spend 1.5 ducats per month on stability. Just to keep it chugging back up to satisfying levels. Now, values, what else do I have to set up? I have to hire cabinet members. I can have up to 3 cabinet members. But first I'm going to see what I want to do with my cabinet. Encourage migration would be great, to try and make people move into Morondo with the ivory. If we look here, we don't have any ivory elsewhere here. And before ivory reaches up here, I think we're kind of fine saying that we're not going to get... Well, if we can snag both of these ivory provinces, we're going to be the producers of ivory. I mean, there's a little bit here and there, but we could be a big producer of ivory, which is absolutely unknown here, further and even further north. So we could sell to Morocco for profitable trade. That's my idea. Or, you know, sell to the neighbors, which works too. Anyways, make the money. Also, I want the gems, so I'm gonna... there's like so much good gems, saffron, goods. A farm gathered, mine or logged. The food raw materials are also a source food. Yeah, but they're not a source food. They're just they're easy, relatively easy to transport. But I want the ivory. I want the fiber crops. Iron, why not? The gems here. So that's luxury. Can I open the... No, I can't. From here, I can't open the gems in my market. That's fine. There aren't that many gems around here. So what does my cabinet want to do? I do like the increased province control. The stabilized country is always welcome. Because more stability means that this goes back up. Means less pop rebellion. A little bit more GP score if it's higher, which, more state satisfaction equilibrium. Helps promote faster from tribesmen and stuff to higher levels. And the primary religion clergy ratio, the more clergy we have, the more stability we get. What's my stability? How's that calculated? 0.5, okay, it's 0.5%, and you get 0.5 monthly, and government says we counter that, so 0.48. Which makes the higher you go up in stability, same for legitimacy with crown power from the investing. The higher you go, the less you're actually gaining per ducat invested. And that's actually way too high. I would like to go back to 0.25. Because that frees up money. My Umera are very happy to be barely taxed right now. Can I tax my Umera more? Not really. So even if I automate that, the slider should stay at where it is, which is good. Clergy is currently slightly unhappy. Their equilibrium is down because we have no censorship and tax farming. Right, I need to take one gov reform. In this one, I'm not going to think too much about it. I want crown power. And monthly progress or aristocracy, why not? They don't want traditional economy. The deep range and trade range, The diplomatic traditions could be cool. I don't want serfdom. So out of all of these, autocracy. Let's be a good old autocracy. And just so that my clergy has a certain satisfaction equilibrium, we're going to give them a privilege. Our burghers are more than happy, our commoners are more than happy, and our tribes are happy-ish. Which is fine. So let's just find one privilege we can give to the ulema to get their equilibrium up, and then we'll see. I don't want... Well, first let's actually check values. What if there's something we could do to... A value we really want to push. I think I want to push innovative, but we are already pushing innovative. I'd like to push out from decentralization. Feudal administration and Gabara. And market fairs and this one. That's our government reform where we won't be able to push back. We won't be able to revoke that. The market fairs, that's a burger estate privilege. I kind of want to revoke that from my burgers. It's going to cost me stab if I do that, but if I can remove that, we can start thinking about moving towards centralization. And feudal administration. I want humanist. So we're going to allow the slaves religion, piss off our clergy a little bit more. We said we were going to give a privilege to our state anyways, so. I do like the progression, the enforced religious unity, but it doesn't give me anything. Same thing, progress towards centralization. Yes, please. I do like the max literacy, but mysticism is the opposite of... Wait, mysticism? Or legal... Mysticism is normally opposed to legalism, right? There. Mysticism versus jurisprudence. So, mysticism is up conversion speed, which I do like. Jurisprudence... There's the efficiency of cabinet, monthly research. Ooh, whereas in spiritualist, pop conversion speed plus 50%, pop assimilation speed minus 50%. I want more assimilation, and the assimilation I can find here. If I can counteract that with some form of mysticism here. That could be an idea. But I kind of want jurisprudence. Because we're basically on 0 right now, because we're the Maliki school, which moves us towards... mysticism. And we won't be able to change our religious school, but guarantee local land rights, that's a peasant. Oh, that's a dhimmi. Where's my dhimmi estate? I guess I would be counterpart to my clergy. But I do want that. We could have the cabinet member work on that. Also, we are enacting the autocracy and this. Let's go back to my burgers. What else could I give them? Cultural cap, pop assimilation speed. I do like the promote cultural unity, but again, it doesn't give them anything. Ooh, the stab invest. Actually, religious administration, stab investment up a little bit in progress towards communalism. I could go with that. Also, it doesn't give them too much. Or we just give the religious land rights. Possible clerics in towns and cities, plus 100 allows us to have a few more clerics. Or we just go with this. But I don't want traditionalists, so no traditionalists. I don't want to exempt them from tax. No, I think I'm just going to give them religious land rights. It's going to make them happy, ever so slightly piss off all the others, which doesn't really matter. Now everyone is happy. Ulema can be taxed because they're happy right now. It's going to drift down to 53%, but come on, game. Tax the Ulema at least a little bit, even if it's not much. Tax them. They have to contribute. Everyone contributes. Our burgers are more than happy. So let's tax them. Let's still keep them at that level of taxation, because apparently they're okay with that much taxation on their back. Tax them as much as I can. Don't automate that. If it dips, we'll think of automating it again. Commoners, can I tax the commoners more? Yes, I could in theory, so just automate that because we're going to be flirting with the equilibrium here. And our tribes, they're going to be happy, so we could tax them, but they could be taxed. Do I have anything that I could give to the taxes, to the tribes to make them happier? Like a little 5% allow gatherings? I don't want the minus 20% tribal influence. I don't want decentralization. I could just go with the land rights or the gatherings. Make them happy. Okay, taxing them is absolutely inefficient. But at least they'll have a little bit of float power with a 50.53. The taxes for tribes will be shifted back. They don't like that we're taxing farming. It's an ICTA law. But I do like that. Now, we still have some stability. I want to keep my stability, but let's check in values. Decentralization, is there anything that we could revoke? Possibly from the burgers. The monthly prosperity is cool, but that hurts me, and I don't like that. And that one I can't revoke. Feudal administration is a policy. That would be in our laws. It's taxing farming, military laws, it's admin laws. The feudal administration, we're going to want to flip to central court, which is going to remove from decentralization, flip to centralization, give us a more efficient cabinet. And this, if I annex it now, it would hurt our, 98 stability. I don't want to pay 98 stability. We'll pass the issue in parliament, and worst case, we'll fail the parliament issue, and it'll cost us only 7 stability. The more crown power you have, the more you can tax your estates. I'll stop it at that. The more crown power you have, the more you can tax your estates. And handing out all the privileges at the start, that same thing, it's Garius the Brit this afternoon that made me notice it. When you give out a privilege, okay, go back to anyone, say the burgers. If I click this, there. It's going to make my burgers very happy, but it's going to piss off a bit all of the other estates. So it feels generally better to leave your estates at more or less 50%. And when they get an event that makes them super duper happy, then you come back behind them and say, hey, you see, you know your privilege? Slash! No more privilege. Like right now we have 59 with the Malians up here. I might actually go to the commoners. I do want the free subject, but I don't want the decentralization, even though I don't want decentralization, not decentralization. The peasant levy size, yes. We could give him the hunting permits. I would like to give them that. Why can I not? As the estate parliament type, yes, right. In your government, I was also told that. Here, for the moment I have a council, which means I have a nobility and a clergy in my parliament, meaning I can only have issues pushed by my clergy and my nobility. If we were to flip to an estate parliament, cost us 50 legitimacy, why are my requirements not met? The Wangara has, Burger Estate has greater or equal to 20% estate power. How powerful are my burgers? 11.17. Okay. Maybe we stay with that. But for now, because right now we have almost 30% crown power, our Womerah are the most powerful by far. We are more powerful than all the other estates in our country, which I feel overall is good. And all of this is a net is a 100% sum, so we have 106 out of 367 political power. If I come and give a power to the commoners, that adds 33 to here, will fall down to roughly 25%. If I go to my peasants here, and I said, for example, that I wanted to give them this, the hunting permits, we would add 25 to the pool. Those 25 would add up to the, over here, 367, whereas our share of crown power would not go down. So we would be getting, nobles power minus 5%. I don't want decentralization. That would piss off my clergy even more. But more communalism, and I like that. But we already, in terms of values, we're already going towards communalism, I think. Yes. No, we're drifting towards individualism. From no censorship. And elaborate court life, which is estate privilege for nobility. But I want the cultural influence. So we might actually start countering that with by giving the commoners something. Yeah. So our crown power is currently 28. If I give that, I'm going to piss off Mostly my nobility, they'll be right under 50%, but that's okay, they'll go back up. Our clergy is on 61, so they won't see the difference. The burghers won't care, and the tribes are super happy because I give them a privilege, so they won't care either. There's a cap on how far you can drift in a value based on the rate of the drift. I think. I don't know what limits it, but I know there's a limit. My issue is that that's going to piss off my clergy, so I'm going to have to give another power to the clergy. I don't want spiritualists. I want centralization, but it doesn't give them any equilibrium. Religious? Yeah, we can go with this. I do like communalism, so... How much is it going to piss off my nobility? It's fine. It's fine. Our nobility is slightly unhappy, but they'll get over it. And in finances, they're already automated, so we're good. Umera, you're very happy because I just gave you 2 privileges, so... For now... Pay up. Chat, you're allowed to yell at me when you see that the clergy bar go red, because that means we have to tax them less. Burghers, you already taxed at max. Yep. Commoners. Commoners, you're happy. I gave you a privilege, right? Yep, you're on 65% now. Get taxed more. Well, that's actually your equivalent to 50.07, so yeah, tax you at max. And the tribes, I can't tax them reasonably anything, so it's fine. Trade income. 0 sold in Bangkok for 7.73. Says 0 gold sold, 7 ducats earned. That's where you see that we haven't unpaused. Now, we know that we have one disloyal subject, Jolaf, so let's start improving relations with them. And I'm a big evil bellicist, so... Let's buy in Greco. We're earning 0.36 on Diplo. I'm not sure I want to spend that much on Diplo. Because right now, if we look at diplomacy, we have a Diplo cap that can go up to 9.24. Because we're an empire, we're a great power, and our ruler is amazeballs at what he does. Because he's Mansa Musa. Our son is, compared to the 76 of his father, not as good, 25%. So diplomatically, dip cap. Take my trusty calculator. If I understand correctly, our 9.24 now is our base of 4.6, 3 plus 1, 1 plus 3 plus 0.6, multiplied by, that's 101%. By 1.01. Yes, because I put a plus on my math formula that has nothing to do in there. No, it's 100% base, so it's 2.101. 201% because base is 101. Gives me 9.246 on the calculator, so my calculation is correct. So base value of every country, empire rank, and GP won't change, so we'll still have our 4.6, but this time when our we'll still have the 0.25, but our kid being only 25 compared to his father 76, that'll be 25 and 25, so 1.5%. Yes. So we'll dip down to 6.9, so we can have a lot more dip cap, even when our kid takes over. Our dip rep, a lot of it comes from our rulers' diplomatic ability. A little bit less because we're belligerent, but that's fine. Some comes from our prestige, nobles of primary or accepted culture ratio. Yep. So we can totally come to our budget and say that we want to pay less. Because we still have 3 diplomats to invest, so let's go to 0.15 maybe. And spending less here lowered our diplomatic capacity, right? No. Yes, because diplomatic spending went down from 25 to 18.5. If we really need more diplo cap, we can up that. Until then, we're fine on that. What is that? Possible cabinet actions. Yes. We need to decide what we do with our cabinet. We could push for societal change, which always good. I encourage migration to here. Invalid target. Why? Invalid. Okay. Very useful, sir. So since we can't migrate, we'll have to do something else. Increase province control. Monthly control and max control goes up. That allows me to have more tax base. Stab invest to push this back up. Monthly legitimacy to push this up. Where does it decay? Doesn't seem to decay. We would just be speeding things up. So we can skip that. Foster culture. Nope. We're not the dominant culture of the Mandikana culture. Yeah. Look at cultures. We are not the dominant culture of the Mandikana culture. I guess the Soninke? How do you know which culture? No, it's in pups. People. No, pups culture. There are other nations that are probably going to be the higher. What I want to do is people and characters. Do we have artists here? Yes, we have an artist. Because art is not broken. I want to commission you for art. He starts a work of art, and then in here where is it? I know there's a paying for art. I was told there was a paying for art. Not the colonists. Not paying interest. See what the art. Artist, work of art. Art is created with the increase the cultural influence of our primary culture, yeah. It gives you prestige and cultural tradition, yes. But if I go back to people and I find my artist man, get pinned here. Also, you're 47, I'm not fine. We're gonna work on a play. I cannot do anything here. You're a famous writer. It's not the cost of a colony. We're paying full on to colonize. Buildings, the marketplaces, the temple, and the granary are costing us money. That's okay. Huh. Don't you need Renaissance for the slider trip here? I don't think so, and I hope not, because that would be absolutely crap, because that means that these guys are going to be out of Renaissance for quite a while. And it should not be limited to Renaissance. Maybe like a super big buff to cost because you don't have Renaissance. But there was art being made before that. Like, there is art that is from before the Renaissance that comes from this region of Africa. So I don't care about I don't care about that. Possible rivals. Right, I also learned it's in here. No. Diplomacy. Here. You set your rivals. We could set the Kanem Empire. What does rival say? Common rival ties, easier time, signing treaties, yeah. Common rivals will have an easier time. Rivalries are not reciprocal. Only countries with very similar great power score and not very good opinion can be declared rivals, and the maximum number of can depend on its country rank. Now you need to hire an artist first. Then the art funding slider. Yeah, but I hired him. We'll see after a while, after 1 month, because I did pay him and I commissioned art. I did click that and I did spend some money on him. I mean, I have 2.6k, so that was barely visible. But yeah, we'll see about that. Also, here we have control, and that is, well, Control T for control. We need to push this out to, we want to push towards our control out from our capital to our other locations in our country. Good news with Mali, we control most of it. And I am going to want to build in here, but I want my road network to spread from capital because we're landlocked, we don't have any coast or anything to manage land access. So we want roads to come from here. Well, we're going to build roads from the outside into Nyani, so that in Nyani we can actually queue other buildings. So you build a road to Nyani. No, that's not what I wanted. That's okay. You road to Nyani. You road to Nyani. You... Oh, right click. Build road from Jabako to capital. Yes. There. That way we're starting a road network from our capital, which is going to reduce the proximity costs for here and probably, you know, tip our control over. What I did need to do was these, and I said I was going to do it. I can totally develop our main capital region. And that is an admin job. Let's find someone who's good at admin. You're amazeballs. Congratulations. You're 25. You're going to be a... Please don't die, because you're great. I don't really need the diplomatic endeavor. We could start pushing here on a societal value. The question is which one. I want the max control and the monthly control increase. And we could do that in here where we have relatively low control. And that is another admin task. And he's 47, but he's great. And he's great, but he is younger. And is still great at admin. He's part of the clergy. He is the crown estate. Oh, is that our son? Yeah, that's our son. Cool. And just because he is our son... Well, he's not our... Wait. You're the crown prince. You are... Who are you? Our younger brother. Let's hire our younger brother. Sure. He's relatively good at all sorts of things. And he'll be changing societal values. He's great at it. The question is, which value do we ask him to flip? I kind of want to start pushing towards free subject. That would be an option. We want to push away from... We could push capital economy. Let's have him push for capital economy. Sir, change societal values, push for capital economy. He's good at capital economy. Yeah, 0.25. What does that say? Why can you not do more? Cannot push more than minus 95% towards capital economy. Why? Why can we not do that? Percentage of burgers. Ah, we need more burgers. That's fine, we're gonna make burgers. Let's make burgers. Inner capital, what are you doing here? Yeah, we're developing. Got it. Burgers. Let's make burgers. What would be profitable? A library that's local cultural influence, yes. Local pop promotion speed, yes. Local monthly literacy for everyone, yes. Local max literacy, yes. Institution growth, yes. The chancellery, not a fine cloth here. Well, we can fix that. Library, there's not enough paper, right? Not enough paper and books. How do I know how many there are? Green is in the market and therefore I need to worry about its pop needs. Blue do not own locations that have trade capacity and therefore I can trade for them. Brown. So gray that are out of trade range and therefore you cannot interact with them. Okay, got it. Market warehouse. If in the market center, the local benefit more stockpiles, yes. More trade advantage, yes. More trade capacity owner, yes. More burgers trade capacity, yes. It's gonna hire 250 burgers. Build me that. Saltpeter skill? Why would saltpeter be required? Just because there's no demand for it. It's basic industry. Naval supplies. Dyes would be... We would be running a deficit on dyes. A tailor's guild would make us a profit. There is a slave market, but... I'm not sure I want the monthly enslavement. Well, unless our pop grows faster than that, and it's fine. But let's increase our tailor's guild. Maybe one level of that. We'll sit on the rest of the cash for now. Or we'll have a look at our neighboring places. This town, this place has nobody. Nobody. Bamako is another town of ours. If I close all of this, can I see? No, it does not show. So Bamako is a town. And that's the only other... No, we have a town here too. And that one has relatively low access, but we're building the road. So we could make more things here. Winery? What would you make winery out of? Out of rice or out of fruit? But we don't have fruit. Brewery, you would make profit. Distillers, you would make a crap ton of money. Jewelers, papermakers guild, papermaker. The papermaker, and you're going to expand the papermaker too here. We have a jewelers guild? Yes, we have a jeweler. And jewelry, and this is paper. Expand paper here too. In terms of IOs, lumber, how are we doing on lumber in our market? We're lacking lumber. You expand your lumber. Beeswax, always needed. Rice, we have a big surplus for now, so no need. Gold in the capital, I mean, we could make more, but we would be selling at a profit. Selling at a loss. Sure, it would hire more laborers, but who cares? Can we build a surgeonry? Yes. Local crown power in our capital? Yes. Monthly manpower? Yes. And recruit regiments? Yes, please build me the surgeonry. And queue up a stockade. And that's going to be our capital mostly done. I think at this point we can, well, I would like to arrange a marriage. We'll see maybe If we really need be, we'll marry a lowborn. Because you don't have any kids. You're 37. Actually, take the hit immediately. Yes, to the disgrace of the Empire. She's actually relatively good. She is a battling buffoon, which is not as good, but it's fine. I did not set up research. That's what I didn't. Inefficient minting. Our minting inefficiency is only 50% due to lack of access to needed goods and is decreasing the amount of money we are getting from minting. Lies. Gold produced. We're producing way too much gold. We're exporting it to the point of... we don't have the silver, though. That might be the issue, yeah. It's because we don't have silver. Is there any resource of silver? Are there any silver mines anywhere? Can we trade for silver? So not in our market. Has presence? No. I want to search for... How can I search for a resource? So that's the path from one market to the other. Goods. I want silver. Select a market to import silver from. Oh! The answer is we're not minting coin because we're not getting any silver. Too bad. You are unprofitable. Why are you unprofitable? Right, the Potter's Guild, because we're probably lacking clay. We're on balance here. But we're lacking a lot of clay, we're lacking a lot of lumber, and we're lacking a lot of tools. Hey, clay, lumber, and tools. I know how to solve that. You here build me a clay pit. I said I needed lumber. We're already expanding the lumber RTO. And I forgot what else was in there, but it's fine. The weaponsmith is unhappy because lacking iron and lacking lumber. There's iron here. It's rural. Go for it. Build me a level of iron. The scriptorium is probably lacking paper, which is going to be expensive. Yep. You can actually put a second level of paper. We're also going to need a lot of lumber. What is caravan stop? Effect on the location. Can be built anywhere. Trade advantage, trade capacity to owner. It consumes salt, gold, and livestock. What's the windmill? Local wheat, local rice, local sturdy grain. Ooh. Well, wait a bit. Wait a bit. You're producing rice, you're producing gold, you're producing lumber. Actually, take 2 levels of lumber immediately. Are you producing paper? No? Well... Guess who's going to be producing paper here? Why don't you make... Oh, because you already have a paper guild queued up. You. We can make you a market village. Produces some of the basic goods, some pottery, some stuff like that. It says it's going to be profitable. You don't have anything building. It's something building. You have something building. You have nothing building. Produce rice, which is food, which we don't really need right now. It says charcoal would be... would sell. The little cloth maker says it would be making a lot of money. Okay. Get yourself a rural cloth maker. You have nothing. You're producing, but we're expanding the RGO. You have the... You have this, which is good. I don't want a bailiff. We could build barracks, because you're a... No, you're just a rural settlement. You could build barracks. There. The rest of the country we're just going to ignore. Livestock? Do we need livestock? No, we have more than enough livestock. Great. Research. Research, you can do it from here. And when you click on something, it shows you everything it unlocks. I don't like to do it like that. The proximity cost is absolutely going to be a first one, no matter. So this one, click. The rest, we're going to see. The organized religion I like for the max literacy of clergy because your research speed is average based on average literacy. Get more literacy, you get more research. And then I want to open this up. So we have most of the tree already done because we are somewhat of a developed nation, at least for the Age of Traditions. We have a little bit here. We have the slave raiding wars apparently, which is raid slaves for enemies. We enslave part of all pups when occupying a location. Nomadic tendencies, we absolutely want that. Calf power, Monthly legitimacy, Source of true faith and heathens, manpower, why not, but... Max literacy for clergy, yes. Culture cap, maybe. So that, we may want to do a few. We already have the furry, we have these, and now we have this bit of the tree, the organized religion side of things. So over here we have nothing, because we don't know of meritocracy, because that comes from China. So out down here, institution growth, we don't know of institutions. None. There's none to embrace, so we don't need that to grow them. So that can wait. It's a green tech, it will always be available. Extra burgers in towns and cities? Yes. Max literacy for burgers? Yes, please. Add that. That one is right next door. Source of true faith? I don't really care. Can invest in culture. That's what I need. We're zooming then to Islamic calligraphy. That's where it is. That's why we cannot pay the artist for now. We need Islamic calligraphy. Cost of purchasing food, why not? But we're going to be producing it, hopefully. Dip cap up, why not? Cultural tradition, Unemployed slave promotion, meaning and minting threshold, allowing us to mint more until we get access to silver. Cost of pilgrimage, religious action minus 10%. I don't really want to. I want to get to the literacy and the building speed. And since we're getting the guilds, we'll go through the peasant connections to the master masons to build things faster. To the literacy for clergy. And then we can queue other things up. So from there we go, I do like the manpower. The maximum RGO size in rural areas, not bad, but not game-changing. We'll go and promote our slaves after that. RGO size, dip cap. Probably not going to do a pilgrimage. But I kind of want to do that, at least before we do the classic scholarism. So first things that speed up tech, then the rest. And down by service is already queued up. I'd rather that rather than the culture cap. There we go. And that's my tree, at least until the Renaissance happens, at which point I might reconsider some techs like these, which we don't really need. if we reach 14, the tech at some point. Yes, because you're the one organizing. I understand it that you or get the organization. Hey, change of policy, apparently. Achievements unlocked. It's like in EU, like in CK. When you do an achievement, or ONI, when you do an achievement, already you always you get the achievement again. Or at least it says you get the achievement again. Yay! Well, charter 5.35% towards being all fully settled. We'll keep the inefficient minting because we're producing so much gold that I don't care that I'm being inefficient. I'd rather have the 0.57, even if it's inefficient, because I'm lacking silver. So you're still trending down, commoners are still trending down, but commoners are being fully taxed, right? Yeah. Same as our those guys. Who rivaled me? Benin rivaled me. Can I rival Benin back? I would like to rival Benin back. Diplomacy, there. I cannot rival Benin back. The only one I can rival is Canem. I don't see what the point of having a rival. War enemies. What is that, war enemies? I have no idea what that means. Let's just ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist. Yes, I'm close to being targeted by an IO for Joloff being unhappy with me. What I can do is 3 favors. I think there's something you can do with that, so let's improve with you. Because Bambuk, Jianfu, if we look at demography, they are absolutely 100% Soninke, and I want to accept that culture. It's an accepted culture, but I want to improve the ties with the culture. And they are assimilating people. Alright, Canem rival me. Let's rival Canem back. Yes, we gain 10 legitimacy because our ruler is a super duper legend. Canem, let's rival you back, because what does that say? They are our war enemy, sure. They are already our rival, sure. Go to diplomacy. I have no idea what that does, but it's fine. We'll pretend it's there and we know what it does, and it'll be great. I want to see what happens when I have enough favors with subjects. Namely, 25. Settings. Well, can leave that. Rising inflation. Oops. Apparently I'm minting a bit too much. Wow, we are just minting too much. Control over monetary policy, base value. Just produce. So we don't want to produce more gold, actually. We want to sell it. Also, we had a few months. No, it's in economy and in trade. Current trade. That is my trade. And that's the only trade we're doing? No. That's my trade, but I only want to do 1.2 manual trade capacity. That adjusted this. Okay, recalculate and give me the ducats from trading this out. Less money, but there we go. Yeah. Exporting more, and that's what we are exporting. That's what they are exporting. And that's basically our economy. Our trade is we're selling gold for monies. You would suggest importing paper. Nah. You suggest importing beeswax. Wild game. Where can I produce wild game? I do have one location that produces it. Let's see if you can produce a little bit more. Because once the road is done from here, you could actually start the road from here to there. There's not enough masonry to supply. Yeah, we may have depleted all the masonry in our country to build all the roads. So yeah, there's one. How much masonry are we producing per month? Asking for a Mastani. We're producing 4.23 a month. No, you don't have any masonry. Masonry is being produced here, though. Actually, let's go like this. Close. We go to buildings. We go to Mason. Mason, Inyani. You're using clay. Why? We have over cap of stone. So use stone. Bamako. You don't have full market access, understandable. You are... How am I doing on clay? I mean, I'm producing too much clay right now and not using my stone, so you can use stone as well. And the rest is out of my country. Yeah, 3, and then there's up here. Use stone for your masonry, guys. And we let a month tick, which means that we can now look at construction and masonry. Still producing, we produced slightly less, question mark? But we stalled, lack of access to goods yet. Hey. We'll finish building some things and then more things will be built and it'll be great. You produce sturdy grains. We have more than enough in the country for now. Rice. I wish I could see my borders a bit better in here. E01 is livestock. We said we had way more than enough. Saffron is uncolonized. Gold we don't need. Sturdy grain we can't. Livestock we can't. Stone. We have met demand in stone, so... it just requires lumber. There is lumber available. Rebel movement. Yeah, we're gonna have some Masaba zealots. Fine. Yeah, you're working on capital economy. You can't actually work on a capital economy. Work on something else. Or actually work on developing... we're already developing here. Develop there. Increase the average development. What does development do? I know it's good, but I don't know what it does. Come on. Development represents how cultivated the land is and how much it is used by the pops living there. The higher the development, the more people can live there and the more it can be exploited. There we go. And that is one of the things that conditions the size of the RGO. Look at here. So base value 2, population up, development up, average density of laborers up, farmlands up, land up, and pop division factor. And then divided by 1,000. Death of who? Who was that? Our ruler's younger brother. Boo! Our ruler... U.S. military. Went insane because his son died. Understandably. I guess our son can take that cabinet position. Sir, you're still married to your lowborn? Yes. Can you make kids now because you're my only kid? Would be great, please and thank you. And the scriptorium in Miani is unprofitable because paper. We're going to be building paper at some point. First, we finish the market warehouse for more trade capacity, so we can bring more things in from other places. $1.17 from Spy Network, that's great. RGO expanded, yes. RGO missing employees, yep. But every month there should be some promotions, which works. No building here. We could add a market village, but there's not enough masonry to build it, so no village. Sorry guys, no village. And your stockade is... You're missing tar. Oh, interesting. Yeah, you're trying to build that. I know we can make a tar pit, a tar kiln here. We can also make it in the capital. Make it in the capital. Nope, doesn't let it. Not in a city, but in a town we can. Potter's Guild and Weaponsmith are inefficient. You're trying to build a Papermaker's Guild, but it's probably stalled because... No? Did you make the kiln? Nope, because masonry. Because masonry, but we're catching up. Hopefully. Like, this road is slowly building. Commoners, you're fine. Still have 8% to go. Burgers, you still have a lot to go. Actually, burgers? You have something that I don't want. Decentralization, like that. 29 stability, that's okay. 40% estate satisfaction. Wow. Unhappy burgers. Understandably. Above 25%, they will rise up. Under 25%, they will rise up. But, you know, over time, they'll forget. They'll forgore. And that's a step back from decentralization. And on next thing, we flip out from that towards centralization, from feudal administration to something else. And we're good. Also, that reduced the Wangara estate power for more crown power, well, shared between the others, but... Who's unhappy? Jollof. Yes, Jollof, you're still unhappy. I know. Stop being unhappy. Possible dip action. We could send out another diplomat to improve with people. Let's improve with Jafun. We currently have 4 favors. If I send a gift, improve relations, Seed location in Seed Province, no thanks. Huh. How do you increase? Hello, Angel White. Hello. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing fine as well. Stone and Wild Game are needing employees, but that's okay. One, two, only 2 buildings locked. Congratulations. And in here, we're building the Sofa Barracks to try and get some manpower going at some point. Morello already has a castle. And you're having barracks. The stockade won't help. I mean, it's garrison size and fort defense and less unrest, but no. .03, we're doing good. The estate has decided that they would build something here, a mason here. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Not certain that you want to be a mason, but sure. Also, my Wongar, I mean, we're still taxing them heavily and they're still happy, right? Balance. Yeah, the Wongar taxes are still being even absolutely taxed. They are very happy to be fully taxed. It's my ulema that I have to be careful because now they're under 50%, so automate that and stop taxing them. They're unhappy also because of negative stability. We can and should be putting way more money into pushing stability back up. Actually, maybe if I put a full slider. Few months in the Wangara will forget that they were unhappy. Actually, how good are you? 41. No. No. You're absolutely trash at it. Sir. You are gonna crack down on these guys, on these insurgents. Reduce the speed at which they grow by 0.25 a little bit more, right? Yeah, minus 0.36. Sadly, I myself cannot do... No, I'm not going to marry a little one. Come on, bro. RGOs are missing, yeah. But they're promoting the... Yeah, the scriptorium in Niani, in our capital. Does Jin have its special mosque? It has a temple already. Speaking of which, in here... Madrasa. Local max literacy of clergy, yes. Which consumes more food, that's fine. Pop conversion, tribes into peasants up, yeah. It's more masonry and glass, but cue that up. Why are you? Yeah, because you're lacking both cloth and paper. Got it. That's why you're not being very efficient. Scriptorium, because we're lacking paper. Possibly dyes too? No, dyes were fine. Dyes were fine for now. I still don't want the Wangara insurgents to progress too fast. Greco, careful. Greco can insulted us CB on us, or we lose legitimacy and they gain opinion. No, we won't forget. Mansa Musa slipped and said, "We're going to attack you." They thought, and then said, "Haha, it's a joke." It's not a joke. Speaking of which, did you find any friends? You are allied with Yatenga up there. Hi, Yatenga. I said I was going to improve with people. Let's improve with you. You don't like me, but maybe you'll like me a little bit more after I improve with you, right? Random relation improvement. Yes, we have ordered to improve relations in Borgo. What's a Kaba? Oh, it's a rural cloth maker, right? Yeah, we can go with rural cloth makers. You're building masonry through the world, and I'm not certain that you need that masonry to be built, but we're building the sofa barracks. Almost done here. I order a road from Bamako to here. Yes. Because there's already a road from here, if we look at the roads. Nomadic tendency proximity cost, yes! That means that from here, like Kaba, who now has a road to me, if we look at roads, Kaba has a road to Niani. Proximity to Kaba is down from Niani to Kaba. There is nomadic tendencies, age 1, which comes and helps the minus 5%. And since Kaba is upstream from Niani, it makes it easier, or downstream from Niani, it makes it easier for Niani to communicate with Kaba. So we have a plus 40, minus 30 because of the proximity, plus 5% from land. You don't have, wait, you don't have your road yet to Niani? You do. Where's the fact that you have a road? Oi. Or maybe we have the proximity through river that makes it cheaper. I could see that, but river is going that way. Why would it cost that much? Because lumber and masonry are super duper expensive. Let's wait until things chill down and not overpay for roads. And let's fix our estate satisfaction. Umera, we can go back to... Yeah, you're already on automated taxing, so we're good. We're good. 29% crown power, that's actually quite decent. So as we stop consuming masonry, the masonry buildings are going to be saying, "Ah, we actually have too much masonry, and too bad for you." So max literacy for clergy is going to be 5% research speed-ish. That might be in pops. We might be able to see that in pops. Average literacy, can we have the breakdown? I know I have seen the details of that. The Sufi Saik has passed away in Bamako. Bamako up north. And his followers are now putting up a shrine in his honor. Pilgrims from various parts of the country are already starting to come to the province to see the shrine of this great man, some calling him a saint. Local nobles have set aside a charitable donation for its maintenance, and his former pupils have opened a lodge nearby. While there is nothing wrong with honoring a great man, some more traditionalists among the pious and the ulema feel this form of worship is sacrilegious. Should Mansa Musa Keita pay the shrine in Bamako visits, it might do much for both the prestige of the shrine itself, but also for his popular perception. We can go seek that, and we would move towards mysticism, but I do not like that. And it says, Bamako gains Sufi shrine until the land ceases to be. Local pop kappa and unrest, ooh. And we get sought out the tomb, Towns of the True Faith, and Towns of Heretical Beliefs. Or, we move towards Jurisprudence. We get disfavoring Sufism until he dies, monthly legitimacy, and Bamako gets the Sufi shrine in for 12 years. Oh. So the Sufi shrine, if we go towards jurisprudence, which I really prefer, because that's research speed and stuff. Yeah, we must not feed into local superstitions. Sorry. Ulema, you should have liked what I did there. You know? We're almost able to allow converting slaves. Sofa barracks in Niani, yeah, lacking a lot of people, but we'll find, we'll promote people. Here, we're lacking 2,250, but there's 32 promoting per month. Go for it. There's also another building for another 500. That is the surgeonry that we're building. But for the local crown power, yes please. Because again, even here for the taxes, there is the... if we get more local crown power here, we will get more of the taxes out of the Umera, the Wangara, the commoners. If we tax the tribes, we would get more. And we're also building the... we're building this, then we'll build the surgeonry, I guess. There's so many things queued up in here. We're building right now... We're building the Spinners Guild. Off screen. There. We're building this. Gravel? No, it's here. We'll find the... shortages in Mali, plus 2.4. But it's only 2.4. The shortage is going down, so the estates are overreacting by building these. Okay, they want to build a settlement, apparently. Okay. How are we doing on... It's being employed. It's filling up slowly, but surely it's filling up. I would like to add some market villages and stuff like that, because they do produce a little bit of stuff on their own. They produce more food. The forest village produces more food, but this one is a stone place. Like, you have flatland, no bonus. Tropical. Available land is attractive, sure. It's woods. So roads take longer to build. Pop goes up by 50%. We produce 10% more food. Supply limit plus 2. Possible frontage means less frontage for the armies. Monthly depth growth is lowered. Blocks vision from C, yep. Movement cost for units plus 25%. Proximity impact plus 12.5. Attacker penalty in combat plus 1. It does say a mason would be profitable, but I disagree. However, a lumber mill here, absolutely. And a forest village. It does consume wild game, which we are lacking for now, but we're building up. Tar, we are building a tar pit, a tar kiln somewhere. Produces leather. We're not producing that much food. But I like the fact that they're going to be promoting laborers to here. And there is 8,000 people, so I do want them to be set to work at some point. Beeswax here. We're still building the road. The roads have been, we're starting to expand those. Sounds good. Yeah, with that, the shortages are not, they're just going to go away. They're going to be like, oh, actually, we have enough masonry. Like, yeah, we have enough masonry. There's no shortage. Shortages are a lie. And then we can build more in our capital. Again, we're taxing absolutely all we can in our capital. Whereas in the neighbors, we don't have exactly 100% control. What is Banner Lordship? That's a crown, that's a privilege of my estates. Boo! I don't like that. Well, maybe once we get back high on stability, we'll kick that off of our Mera. Because their satisfaction equilibrium, even with a 24.4 tax, at 3.5 they're positive, so we can build up to plus 24 for them. So even if they lose like a 50-60% the loyalty, we can push them up relatively high by not taxing them for a while. And then we remove that, and then we start taxing them again. 50%. Scriptorium is still unprofitable, but we are building. You're going to make a cloth maker, you're going to make paper too. People will promote in this town, it's fine. Hey, look what we finished. A road! And here comes the rural cloth maker. We do have just a small shortage. It's going to recalculate, but cloth. No, because it still needs to hire. Aha! Parliament! A parliament. We're going to lose 7 stability at the end of the parliament. When you do a parliament, think of where you're doing it. Currently I have 100 control, the monthly change goes up. But if you put it somewhere else, you do get a bonus control and bonus tax while the parliament is taking place. So here in Bamako, there would be arguments to set up a parliament, but we're going to do it in Niani. Ooh, do we wait? What's our masonry stockpile? You build masonry. You're barely hiring. We're still lacking 189. Maybe we chill out a little bit? And we wait for that? No, I want to change my laws. I said I wanted to change my laws to start changing my values. Like feudal administration. I wanted my crown power. So let's start a parliament debate. Let's go in Niani. This one, the build gravel road cost, which is neat, and road building time is neat. It does push us towards centralization on its own. So we would have to choose a law that would push us out completely out of centralization, out of decentralization and towards centralization. So we would have to get rid of the feudal administration because we can't get rid of the Gabara. And yeah, no, the Mandan Kurfa, because Gabara is... We could change the Gabara. What is Gabara in our laws? Because feudal administrative system, I don't want my central council because efficiency of cabinet, progress towards centralization, and progress towards aristocracy. Yeah, I want my central cabinet. So we're getting rid of feudal. Going to remove minus 0.5 towards decentralization. And from a values perspective, if we remove 0.5 and add 0.10 the other way, we're going to flip and slowly start our way towards centralization. So we do want We do want the gravel road network because not only will we benefit from the centralization bonus, but then we're also going to benefit from this pushing the other way. What else do we have? High. Increased ties to neighbor. But it will only be Greco that... so no thanks. What's my current support in Parliament? Current support is 15%. You know, on your crown power. Half of your crown power translates into support in Parliament. That's another reason to have high crown power. Let's call the council. Let's put it in Yani. I want the gravel road network. And they're already ready. We are going to request a law change. And we're going to change our admin system to the central council. So currently we have feudal administration, which is a bit more food production. We're going to lose a little bit of food production, but we're going to get a more efficient council, more centralization, and more aristocracy. Aristocracy, I care less. Centralization, yes, please. And now, nobody's supporting the law. So, you want me to support you towards bellicose? Sure. It's gonna piss off slightly my ulema, but that's okay. My clergy wants a tax exemption. Would piss off my nobility and give me 25% support. Sure. Even though, wait, let's just check how much it's gonna hurt, but... we promise, so they get less taxes, minus 20% max tax for the clergy. We're already not taxing our clergy, so, you know, minus 20% off of 0%? Deal. And you want us to grant a privilege. Which one? You want monetary fiefs to the Umera. It's 20 crown power. We're taxing you less. We're asking you for less... oh! Less noble levies. We tax you slightly less, so it's going to hurt our eco in the long run. Gives you a little bit more power. But it gives us progress towards centralization. I should have looked at that before saying no to the taxes. So I'm fine with that. Support for land! Honestly? It's gonna piss off our clergy a little bit more, but... there we go, everyone's pissed off. But we have 77%. There are no possible parliament agendas left. Well, too bad for us. But while this is still active, our road networks are much cheaper. There, I want Bamako, your building. You, I want your road into Kaba. Siguri. You already have your road there, so you're fine, actually. No, it's just that I don't have the money for it. There, expand the roads that way. They're cheaper, so we take advantage of that. Corruption! We lose 7 stability, or we ignore them. We get ignoring corruption institution, efficiency of the cabinet down. Let's lose the 7 stab, that's okay. Since anyways, most of our estates are pissed off, it doesn't matter that our max satisfaction equilibrium is down. Nothing will go wrong when our estates are pissed off, right? We're officially number 8 GP. Upscale by control, okay. And here, 149 days, that's 150, so end of in April. If people want to yell at me in April, see if we change another law, because we have 25, we still have over 50% support. How's the colonization going? 5.99. We're not actually progressing that. But Bundiali is. That one should be going up. At 29.3 or something. Next month it should have a bit more. 23.99. Nope. Not going fast. A bit like that. Yeah, Jollof is still unhappy, I know. Our legitimacy is high, but we're paying too much in my opinion. 125 is more than enough for me. Scale back up. Also, estate satisfaction is going up way faster during the parliament, which is great. Because the parliament is in session. So even just for that, even if it's just, you're not going to pass just the issue, worth it to fix your estate's loyalty issues. So you can go back up to max. You're going to be capping out probably before the end of the parliament issue. And our burgers, they just need to get over it. It's fine. Why? Because you are... And we're still missing masonry for some reason, and a lumber for other reasons. March. Now demands seat in council. We gain 25 support in council? Hell yeah! Oh, crap, I should have passed my law first. Oh, we'll still have 50%. So, laws. What law would we want to change? We're implementing central council. I do not like this one. Wait, feudal de jure. Yeah, no, feudal de jure is fine. Legal code is the Sharia. Clergy power up, pop conversion speed up. This allows female rose. Yes. Can you push through multiple laws in one parliament session? Yep! In theory, yes. Otherwise, I'll just ask them to pay me more tax. Increase their max tax by 25%. Maliki, yeah, we don't have choice on Maliki. Social economy. Uneducated masses. Can I? I don't know. I know I can't afford that. But we could go to religious teaching, which is literacy for nobles and clergy, a little bit more for burghers, peasants, laborers, and soldiers. Clergy estate satisfaction goes up by 5% instead of nothing, which helps with the clergy, whole clergy being disloyal and unhappy because of things. But we do progress towards spiritualists, and I don't like that. But religious teachings would be an option. Minting law. For the moment, it's my nobility that's minting. Plutocracy and capital economy. What does plutocracy do in values? Compared to aristocracy. Plutocracy is more burghers, more burgher power, obviously, trade efficiency, and cheaper court. Compared to our aristocracy, more nobles, more noble power, more discipline. Actually, I want to get out of aristocracy, so if I can put something that's fighting back even so slightly, not bad. So the Giving that to the burghers or to the peasants for monthly progress to free subjects. So I do want free subjects. Where's my free subjects? Here, out of serfdom. Because we tax our peasants less, but they consume less food, they promote faster, and we get that prosperity. Whereas with serfdom, we tax them more, they consume more food, they produce more, and we have more supply limit for armies. So I prefer free subjects, but it's not the immediate go-to. Precious metals. Yes, less from minting, but trade advantage. Trade advantage of a country in a market determines who will be able to get their exports fulfilled first. If there's a limited supply of goods in a market, they get distributed by trade advantage that each country has in that market. So we have all interest of having unlimited export because that's going to be fueling, and we're going to be producing more gold, which would allow us to sell more. Estate law, distribution of power. Oh yeah, Gabara, I don't want that. I want my favor the ruler. I want my crown power. Yes, it's going to piss them off, but 5% more tax, more crown power to me. Parliament, change law. Distribution of power. Favor the ruler. And apparently asking twice does not solve the issue, but council will not pass. Oh, interesting. Ah, dang, I should have passed the law first and then taken the event. Well, we still have a little bit of chance of an event in the next few days of a plus 5% or something. Over 53 days. Worst case, it's going to cost us 7 stab for a misclick. It's ducats. It's only ducats. But now we are implementing both admin and distribution of power. And we're keeping our Wangara, the burghers, out, and their satisfaction has gone up. Is it an... Yeah, they're happy. I can tax them as much as I want. Can I tax them more? Because not yet. 7 staff for 2 law changes? Yeah. Oh no, exactly. Plus we could even get an event for, even a 5%, something like that. There are no possible agendas left. Boo. I'm surprised that on 50% the issue fails, because 50%, we guess we need 50% plus 1. Unhappy estates, Umara, Ulema, Wangara. But at 0.7, that's at 0.73 stab per month, it's 10 months. Less than a year of unhappiness for that. Hey, we have our first barrack! We're getting manpower! Woo! Up to a maximum of a 99. Oh no, the issue failed. You have no cabinet action. Okay. Ah, but because there's nobody rebelling anymore. We could crack down on the Ulema insurgents. Reduce them to nothing. There's only 275 of them, but I can keep them out. Yeah, 0.19 a month. Crack them down. It's our barracks here that are possibly hiring. Why are you not operating, Castle? Because you need more weapons and more tar. Well, we can build more weapons and more tar. You would... It says it would be... Why? Oh, because lumber. Because building and stuff like that. Okay, we're on 24% in Bundiali. Aw, I can't build a peasant village here. for food production. And now he's gonna be out. Nope, cracking down on rebels. There's still possible progress until they become happy again. And at this point, we just need the stability to go back up. You have gone twice up. Wait, you're building 2 levels? Remove 1 level, build another level here, and I hear the treats. You totally forgot. Mr. Cat, treats! Treats! He's looking at me like, what are you doing, human? What are you waggling at me? I was napping. Treats? Ah, there you go. He understood that treats were on the menu. Here comes the cat. Cat? Treats? Here comes cat. Zeta. Say hello to Bartok. Bartok, you say hello to chat. Hello chat. Hello Zeta. Thank you, Zeta. And the worst case with 2 staff well, 7 staff for 2 law changes is that if I had clicked the opposite and first passed the second law and then taken the event, I could actually have had the issue actually pass. I mean, I also supported values that I wanted to support and gave up 1 privilege that I didn't want to give, but there you go, cat. You munched that. You want to sniff that? There's nothing left in here. Yeah, see? Nothing. You gobbled everything up. You munched everything, Mr. Cat. You did all the munching. All the munching. You may resume napping or plotting to take over the world or something. Whatever you do when you sleep. Dream of foods. Right? Dream of foods. You're gonna watch me play? Watch me play. Let's actually, in our country, split the wood between Nasola and here. Because they're both going to be, then they're both going to be hiring and promoting people and stuff like that. And we are promoting peasants and tribesmen. 11 peasants promote, I guess, into soldiers. And 11 tribesmen become laborers. I guess it's 11, 11, 11. So 11 laborers become burghers, 11 soldiers become laborers, 11 peasants become soldiers, and 11 tribesmen become peasants. That would be my guess. We could look at the detail. Learning. Yeah, lack of control is limiting the promotion. No. You're promoting 5 to burghers, 1 to cleric, and 1 to noble. That's not how that makes only 7 game. Twelve times 0.9. That's 10.8. That does not make 6 or 7. And if we look at the peasants, Same reasons. Yeah, but even 12 multiplied by 0.9 is 10.8. And 10.8 is still more than 7. Unless it's 7.9 something. Then even then, there should be one that's rounded up at least to 8. If it's were 8 and you tell me it's rounding, yeah. No, I guess the correct answer is Mastani doesn't understand, didn't manage to recreate the formula live on stream. Yeah, you cracked down on the peasant on that movement. But you're developing. You're increasing control. I guess you could settle tribesmen, more tribesmen to peasants, except you're bad at military. Developing here and developing here, because your best is admin, so you want to be on an admin task. So we're already developing Old Manding. Here we have quite a few resources, so push some development in here too. Now let's go back to here. Also, our spy network here has grown. We're going to Cass's belly. We want to take Gorico. We don't want to make them a tributary. I want to eat them. Also, someone is eating Kong. Yes, he be on Gorico. Gonna take us some time, but we are bellicose. Kong, who are you fighting, and why are you, and who are you losing to, more importantly? You're currently fighting Gorico. Yeah. All the road building. RGOs are missing employees. Cat, you know how to go out. They're looking at me like, I want to go out. Yes, Cat, you know how to go out. He knows how to do it. He's a smart cat when he wants to. Only when he wants to. Possible rivals. Ah, this currently has antagonism received. Monthly progressive conciliatory. Ah. Yeah, but do I want to rival Tunis? Because we are much weaker than Tunis, and I don't want to fight Tunis nor Morocco. Well, I guess we can do Tunis. Oh, Morocco doesn't like that? Wait. Antagonism difference. Share societal values. Possible clerics in towns and cities. Max literacy for clergy. Good. And someone. No, I did not want to make Morocco a rival. Whoops. Cancel that. It's us, it's diplomacy, it's relations. It's here. Yeah, I made Morocco and Tunis. Whoopsies! Mistakes were made. Tuat, that is impassable apparently. After that, can I improve with you? I can stop spying on you, though. Hi, Kong. Wagadugu, who are your friends and why am I gonna spy on you anyways? Creating Casus Belli, forced migration on Busuma. Wagadugu. Spy network. Bountiful harvest! Yay! Old Manning gets bountiful harvest for 1 year. Food production. So. Oh, come on, game. So, Bambara. Pita. Okay, for some reason some get it twice, but we'll check on Tangera. Tangrela, because it says they get it twice. Oh, both in my country and outside, I guess. Yeah, okay. That belongs to Bambara and to me. We are blessed. Okay, get it. Not the most obvious, but we get it. Cloth! Okay, we have 1.2 masonry available. Oh no, we need 1.2. No, it did say 1.2 available. And Jollof is almost loyal. We can work on that. Keep on working on that. Okay, I want the... We don't have any other culture. Like Capelle. Where's that Capelle culture? It'll be down here, okay. Kisi is up north. I would like to make them like this. Cultural opinion, how do you do that? Every culture has a cultural opinion of every other culture. This impacts the opinion of a country with one culture has yes. How do you increase cultural opinion? Hello, Svengas. How are you all in this time zone? This time zone is doing fine. I pissed off my nobles, but now they're no longer pissed off. I pissed off my clergy, they are still a bit pissed off. I pissed off my burghers a lot, but they're recovering too. They're forgetting that I was evil with them, and it's great. We're implementing government reforms, we are pushing through, we are building, we have... I'll call it a solid treasury for now, although knowing myself, I'm going to be spending it all soon TM. We're heavily investing in our stability to fix things before we do another big dip in stability by revoking another privilege, a privilege from our nobility. No, I don't want to give you anything nobility. Because they have 35% power, and I don't want them to have 35% power. And they have a few things that I don't really like. Like this one. Max control, minus 5%, bad. But it would cost me 87 stability to revoke, and a lot of opinion of my nobility. And I don't want my nobility to revolt. So we're going to not tax them for a while, once they are back to equilibrium, that we have, and we have a certain amount of cash in our pocket. And we're going to keep on investing in stability, and when we have high stability and high loyalty of the nobles, we're going to say, by the way, nobles, I have bad news for you. You don't have the privilege. They're going to be like, Wah! They're going to be screaming and yelling and stomping their feet. CK, no, I did not say the CK. I want this, and I want to play it on loop. I want the E05 music, not the CK music. I mean, it's still Paradox music, it's still uncensored. Possible rivals. Oh. Yes, but... one more possible rival. Yes, but with diplomatic range, please. Okay, so we get having the full rivals is less antagonism, less counter-espionage rival malices, and less spy network construct penalties, and less progress towards conciliatory. Got it. Hey, 6 soldiers per month. We're progressing. I wish that, well, that's buildings and RGOs. RGOs are slow to promote, but we're working on it. $983. Jewelers Guild for more jewelry. How are we doing on paper in our country? Paper is still sorely needed. You're just getting 1 level of lumber mills. Yes, Mr. Cat? Scritch, scritch. Yes, meow! It's cold outside, I know! I know it's cold. You're still lacking paper. Yep. Let's build more paper. You never have enough paper to run an empire. I do not have any dropped frames. Nope, no dropped frames, so your side, Zeta. Sorry. Your side. It's absolutely your side, sorry. Ooh, halfway towards CB on Greco. Greco. We could call it jihad. It costs us 20 stability, though. Okay, refer to those. Yes, very silly ISPs. I believe it is your ISP was supplied by the Greco, and the Greco don't want me to go to war with support of chat, so they're interfering. Right, Bartok? It's the Greco interfering with Zeta's internet. Ooh, can I? Yes. Okay, it's just tell me the costs for colonies. Okay. Religious tensions. Tangrella gets religious tensions. We get unrest, or do what we can. And Tangrella gets missionary efforts stalled. In Tangrella. That's here. Demography. Religion. We're converting 2 people per month. Woo! Base value 2, and basically less because of lack of control. Wow! Leading to 1 person being converted. What? So much conversion. So either we get religious tensions, which is refusing to accept the preaching of our missionaries, or missionary first effort stalled. Instead of putting unrest, we'll just say, yeah, okay, we just won't convert. That's okay. No conversions going on. Yeah, they get a highly cultured letter. We're gonna send them a highly cultured army. What's our next research? Guilds. Possible burgers and literacy for burgers. We're working on it. We do have an unhappy clergy, so there might have been some stalling because of unhappy clergy. Right, Bartok, unhappy clergy. And I'm gonna say we're 8 months. 9 months. We're 9 months away from getting back to positive stability. So 42, we're back on positive stab, which is great. Oh, No, Kano, that's Kano going after Zufra, I guess. Busuma, you're a bunch of provinces? I think, well, where's your capital, Songhai? Let's go, that belongs to Songhai. What is this? Does this belong to Songhai? Yes. Songhai's capital is far away. Force Yatenga to become a subject? We could force Yatenga to become a subject. One more subject. Would make all the others less happy with me, but force subject plus force religion, we'd have another Sunni subject? Possible. Bambuk says, we're not producing enough gold. Produce more gold. They're expanding their RGO. Silly Bambuk people, we don't need to expand that to gold RGO. What are you building? Ooh, sheep farm! Oh, we can make sheep farms! Yes! And those should be super profitable. Well, we're lacking sheep. Tools, we're doing okay. We're still lacking lumber. But you are a forest settlement, right? Yes, you're the wood settlement. You're almost done building your... Oh, it's a settlement that you're building. I want you to build lumber mills because you're in a forest place. What's the... Okay, base cost, base cost. Military divided. Defensive or offensive? We're currently going towards offense. We're currently offensive and going towards defensive, so let's keep on speeding that up. But I think I would rather more offensive from Mistani playstyle. Also, I think we can recruit our first official military units. No, I go to military. We can recruit regulars. So we can recruit Sofala infantrymen. Let's slow down just to see. Let's put on 2. So Sofala infantry. 1 combat power, 1 frontage, okay? Initiative +5. Combat speed. What is combat speed? Ability to move from reserves to any other section inside a battle. Okay. For ships, it also impacts how quickly damaged one can leave the current section to retreat. Okay. So they're relatively immobile. Age tradition infantry. That would be the footman, right? No. I guess it would be the regular footman. Age of Tradition Infantry. Where do I see Age of Tradition Infantry? It's not the Sofala. Doesn't seem to be the Mandalaku. Sofala have more initiative than the Mandalaku. In terms of logistics, they carry 0.10 and they consume 0.10, so they carry their food, but they need to be supplied. Unit weight 100% to unit weight 100%, and 2.5 to 2.5, and what is that? That's the movement speed, right? Yes, that's my movement speed. It requires weapons, leather, and wood, and 2 manpower a month. Mandalaku 2, the regular footman 2, archers are 2. Mandalaku horsemen would require horses. Do we have horses? We have in our vassal, in Kita. And Greco has some. I want Greco. That's also a reason why we want Greco. Military... Nope, not raise levies. Recruit regulars. And camp followers. Except compared to Jono. So... yeah, combat initiative of... combat movement of 0.10. 3 movement speed. Yeah, you take 15% more morale and shock damage. Logic. You carry 1, but you consume only 0.05. So 1 auxiliary carries the amount of food for 9 soldiers for a month, or 1 soldier for 9 months. Does still consume 1 unit of infantry. And what's that unit weight? 20%. Okay. And it doesn't take much attrition. I think we're gonna go Sofala infantrymen. I don't see the difference with the Mandalaku though. Age of Renaissance! Woo! Age of Renaissance, we need to decide what we go for our Renaissance traditions, and we're gonna have to do a redo of our research tree. But I want to do this decision. Oh, the difference is initiative 4 versus, well, +4 versus +1. Whereas the footman takes slightly less strength damage. Why can I not? Not enough weaponry. Okay, I need more weaponry. Got it. I'll build more weapons then. With that, children can have a better education. Yes. Who are you? Are you my heir? Yes, that's my daddy. That's my current ruler. Kid is shrewd and currently receiving a balanced education. I would like an expansive education for kid. Shrewd is mill and admin. We could flip you to admin education. Let's not go overboard. We're not super duper rich yet. We're recovering after our father. After our father, we're not as good. No, wait. Our ruler? Oh, we had a kid directly. And you're not a crown prince. You're our ruler's grandson. So you are in line to inherit. Yeah, our heir and our ruler's only son. So when he dies, he steps onto the throne. Maybe we'll give you a better education later. That one should go. So, ages. When an age ends, well, when you enter a new age, no matter the time, hey, we just finished the guilds, perfect. It's gonna be great to redo the tree. So when we enter a new age, currently Age of Renaissance, first of all, you get a discount to all the older texts here. If I find one that we haven't researched, this one. If I remove you because I don't care, because we're probably not going to do it, it costs 17 research progress. Base of 25 minus 8 from previous age. So if there are any texts from this age that we want to do, we might as well do them, leave them in the queue before we do Renaissance tech, except if we want the Renaissance tech first. From what I understand, but I haven't played in Europe, so I haven't put, well, get back in, although you'll probably end up getting kicked out. But now, why is this one available, by the way? Because Niani is in Western Africa. Okay, so we'll always have the option for cavalry raid. Good. As I understand, each age has... Can I just watch that? No, I can't. Each age has 3 trees, each linked to 3 institutions that they call them. So 1, 2, and 3. Age of Renaissance has Renaissance, banking, and professional armies. For us, apparently, there's 2% chance that it will spawn at least one of these. So either random city and our country has a rank of city. Yep. Has rule dynamic. I don't know. We're not in Europe and we're not Paris. So apparently that's where that spawned, I guess. Is that where that spawned? No. Where did it spawn? Maybe it hasn't spawned. It costs stab and money to embrace an institution. Banking, same thing. Renaissance, 2% chance of it spawning. That Renaissance unlocks the Renaissance tree. Banking unlocks the banking tree. Professional armies unlocks professional armies. There's one that's generic. One generic to the age. That's the ones that we will have access to, plus a second tree that's dependent on which specific focus you go. In E04 you chose ideas. Zeta, what is bonk focus? Is it when you have enough money to fund armies, or when you have professional armies to ask money from other people? Question for you, trick question. So in these ages, we will unlock specific advances, so these, or these, that will allow us to make our country specific. Like in the Age of Renaissance, some will go admin, some will go dip, some will go mill. In terms of advances, we're already the local hegemon, and I don't think we'll be too bothered by the Europeans before the Age of Discovery. Hopefully. So I think I'm safe for the Age of Renaissance of not going military. Plus the advances, last time I looked at them, were not the most interesting. Maritime regiments, well, you don't have access to the sea. Boarding parties, naval damage done, we don't have access to sea. Naval glory, we still don't have access to sea. Enforced service, levy size up, yeah, could be. Open levy standards, non-culture levy sizes up, possible. Levy combat efficiency, calf power, army tradition from battles, prestige from land battles, tolerance of heretical beliefs and heathen beliefs. That one is actually cool, but that's the only one that's cool and very useful. Because the rest, we don't really need it. We're in our corner of the world and we're growing. Dip, integrated elites, monthly diplomats up. That means more diplomats here, which means cheaper, which means we can spend even less on dip. Marcher lords. Yes, Bartok. We can make subjects our marches. So a march is a subject country focused on defending their overlord's domain, acting as a barrier between them and their external threats. Marches enjoy greater discipline and fort defense and reduce fortification maintenance, as well as reduce payment obligations to their overlord compared to a normal vassal. They cannot be annexed, etc., etc., etc. But we can build ships in their ports, we can build regiments in their locations, and we can still build RGOs, logic. We can build roads in our subject, and we can build buildings. Subject is diplomatically limited. We need 2.1 dip cap to maintain the relation. Yes, Kent, you want to go outside? Go outside. And they will always join defensive and offensive wars. They pay 10% income. I don't know how much a normal vassal pays, but there you go. And we spread 50% of embrace institution to the capital of the subject, giving institution to our subject. Claim fabrication, CB creation speed up. Since if we're going conciliatory, that can actually save us a lot of time. Root commerce, market attraction, that is great. So we have to research spy networks, but it gives us market attraction of plus 5%. Market attraction is what determines who gets to export first their resources. No, market attraction is how likely a location is to join your market. So the more market attraction we have, the better. Trade maritime advantage. Well, maritime. Privateers, maritime. Experienced diplomat, diplomatic reputation up. Better relations, even if we take AE or on a bellicose stance, why not? Improve relations up, I'm a sucker for that. Subject income plus 2.5. We do have quite a few subjects, so that would be a significant income increase. And pressuring diplomats, war score cost down, meaning we can take more things in war. I like that. The thirst for knowledge, max literacy up. That one, very interesting for better research, better, faster research. Empiricism, legislative efficiency is how fast we implement reforms and laws, which is also cool. Court accounting, we have to spend less on our court, which is always neat. Bank interest down, we're not taking any loans, so doesn't really matter. Benefits for merc maintenance. We're not hiring mercs, but maybe later. Merc recruitment, higher merc premium cost down, always saving money. Proximity cost from local infrastructure. Just even for that, I would love it. Stab investment up 0.02, not bad. Deus Vult enables the religious war casus belli, and I want that. And anti-piracy leagues, well, we can decide to go fight pirates. That would require pirates. Honestly, I like my admin focus too much. Between the thirst for knowledge, the 5% max literacy, because again, in research, average literacy. And if the thirst for knowledge is 5% literacy for everyone, it might take some time to actually spread literacy around, but once it's spread, 5%. And new kids get that. Well, the issue with, and also the issue with conquering until I reach the sea, there's a very slight issue with that. That's a subject. That's a subject. That's a subject. We would have to colonize until the sea, and as you can see here, it's not the fastest thing in the world. We started, and it's working. We're working towards it, but that's it. We'll get ivory, which is great. We'll develop all the ivory and sell all the ivory to everyone. And I am also curious about the Deus Vult because religious CB, if we look at religious map mode, that's diplomacy. Where is my religion map mode? Religions per location. There's a few Sunni. Not Sunni. All of those. Oh, even just for the age? Hell yeah. I love this track. Sounds absolutely epic. And now, we need to remove the age of traditions, advances that we do not want to research immediately, because there are more interesting things in the age of Renaissance. Cav raids, thank you very much, but you're not coming. Down here. Manpower sounds cool, but we can wait. Max literacy for clergy, yes. Culture cap? Let's have a check. Because we might remove that too. If we go to pop. No, it's in diplomacy, relations, culture? No, where's culture? No, we said it was dip cap. Is confused. Also, Paradox, if you could avoid resetting my tree, culture capacity. So that would be culture. Well, there. Because everyone is tolerated, we're fine. The only one that's only accepted is Soninke. But I would like to make Soninke. Ooh. I don't want to demote that. I would like to promote that one. But we don't have any Soninke. Because the Soninke culture is what's costing us currently culture cap. But we don't need... What's Pact of Umar? That's an essay privilege. Monthly progress to humanists. Okay. Our clergy. No, it's our Dimi. Where's my Dimi estates? Dimi? It says I have Dimi, but they're not represented. Show me my Dimi. Also, we have less taxes for the clergy, minus 20% for a while. Pause. I was doing my research game, come on. So, Age of Traditions. Culture cap, we have plenty of time until culture cap, so remove that. I want my literacy for clergy. So I am going to need the Land of Ancestors and the Wandering Scholars and that, because clergy literacy. Institution growth. Well, we don't have an institution, so we'll worry about that later. Can invest in culture? Yes. Cultural tradition, that gives us... I actually want that. The religious, this one, no. Max RGO can go away. And I'm also going to remove the peasant connections and the quicker construction speed, because we're not earning money faster than we're building, so we can afford building longer building times. Also, that speeds up the reach to can invest in culture. So more money spending. And that is about it on this side. Now, Age of Renaissance. We only have access to 2 trees. This one... Ooh, 10% building costs? That's the money... Yeah. That one is very interesting. Available because... Or West African. Got it. Loyalty of subjects, army morale, peasant levy. 2% value possibly raised as peasant levies. Organized march. Army initiative is very cool in terms of fighting. Oh, I like the prosperity recovery here. But I see max literacy of nobles here. But that's kind of far. Ooh, revoke privilege costs. Yes. That one I want. And because it's 28.75, because it's an age of base of 25, it's Age of Renaissance, so it is way more expensive. But I do want that. Local nobility. That. 10% trade capacity. Local nobility. Opinion of subjects, good as well. Don't get me wrong. Dip annexation costs twice. Literacy of nobles. Yes. Proximity cost. Yes. Yes. All of these. I want all of these. Literacy of clergy. Supply limit, not bad. Sturdy grain output, because... Probably because we are... Why? We're in Western Africa. Yep. Burger literature. Trade range used over land. Yes, please. Give me that. Give me all of the things. Deus Vult. It's kind of far down the tree. Yeah, that's very far down the tree. So first I want to finish my Age of Renaissance, my Age of Tradition tree. Or at least whatever is queued up in here. And after that we'll see. There. Yeah, that's an Age 2, that's Age of Renaissance. We'll see that. There is a cabinet actually for converting culture. That is the... you're right. But it is assimilating. And this one flips people. Up assimilate. Change over the time to the primary culture that owns them. The issue. High cultural war power. What is that? This is the strength of an attacking cultural influence against the target's cultural tradition. So the issue with that if we go back to cultures here, and we look at Soninke, their cultural tradition, so that that's their defensiveness in culture, compares to my cultural influence, which is only 15.33. The Soninke culture is way more powerful than my Madinka culture. Also, our cultural tradition is 40, whereas their cultural influence is 29. You've been actually converting everyone to Slovak for a long time. Yeah. And cabinet action is great. But when you assimilate, the base is 40. That's the base before modifier from dude who he is incompetent. Maybe he would be more competent. Yeah. Even him, the base is still 40. So even if he were to be assimilating instead of keeping my control high in Tengrela, we will only be converting. Okay, even if it translates plus 90% efficiency, let's round that to 100 because he becomes a god. We're still converting 80 people a month. Let's look at not even their capital. Their capital is up here. Here. Demography. 100% of the pop is there. 10,000 people. 10,260 because that matters. At this stage, divided by 80, assuming we have 100%. 128 months to assimilate one province into my culture. So yeah, no, that's not going to work. Their culture is accepted. I would love to have it more accepted. But see, here we should be having people that are flipping Soninke. Possibly even in our well, we're not, no, they're not converting us because we have more tradition than they have influence. But the opposite is true as well. So our cultures are like looking at each other like, do you want to join my culture? Nah. Would you like to join mine? Nah. And they're staying like that. Kisi culture. What's the Kisi culture? Kisi has 0 tradition and 0 influence. So if I were to colonize a Kisi province, over time, they would assimilate and become Mandinka. It's like here, Odiene. No, in Budali. Well, it's us because there was no one, so no culture. 100% us. In that specific location. 32,000 people are of our culture here. And that's it. Hey, we're almost at 1,000 peasants. 2 gained a different class. We now have 6 nobles and 6 clerics. Woo! Can I not build anything yet? Nope. Oh, I could build a mission. Tribesmen to peasants. Yes. Monthly religious conversions. Why not? Disease resistance. Yes. Build me a mission. Still no village, because more tribesmen means more peasants. More peasants means closer to have it settled? Question mark? I'm not certain, but I think so. Also, we're 10% away from. I would love to see here on how it's going to, how soon it's going to finish with the CB. Like 85.1. Yes. Can I not see it here? You know, reading Cass's belly. Without clicking on it to see the minor tribe, to see the, and then hover over the tooltip. Thank you, please and thank you. Also, you, if we look at you, you can have up to 1,351. And Yatenga, you can have up to... In your country panel, 1,900 men. They are no match for us. Not me, nor me and my subjects. They don't have boats, we don't have boats either. They don't have manpower. And Greco, if we look at open country panel, they do not have manpower either. So it's going to be a levy on levy. 135 on levies. And 195. So easy. Easy pickings. Do you have friends? That's my question. You're only allied with Greco. We might actually take both of you. Force Yatenga into a subject. Into a Sunni subject. Would make Jolaf more disloyal, but hey, we're finally maybe getting Jolaf good. And we'll eat all of Greco for ourselves. 4%. Oh, artist died. Bye, artist. You're a waste of 100 ducats. Bye. But now we know. Now we know. $0.69 stamp per month. You only have those silly religious zealots. We're good. Building another mason. Like, we want masons. No, you don't need masons. We want more masons. No, you don't need them. But we'll still build them. You're building what? You're building barracks. Yeah, I asked for barracks. Good. You're producing too many things. You can build more weapons. We're lacking lumber, but we'll find lumber. And we're lacking stone, we'll find stone. There. And the mason in Niani can flip back to clay. More profitable, apparently, because clay is going to be cheaper, and it's going to free up the stone, at least here, for Niani to actually produce weapons for slightly cheaper. They're still working on that road. That road that I misclicked. But we're building it. We have a start of roads. Because it doesn't really matter if the masons can't if the masons can't work because they don't have stone or clay. If we look at our market and we search for goods, not gold, I want to look for clay. We're lacking clay. And we're severely lacking stone. So they can build all the masons they want. The masons are just not going to work. Like in here, this mason is never going to get employed. He doesn't know it yet, so don't tell him. But he's never going to get employed. I also kind of want to expand the RGO in the capital. But lumber being expensive, it would be smarter to expand a lumber place. Like Kirina. No. Like here. But you're still only halfway employing, so nope. Forest Village? No. Market Village. Yeah, Market Village. You would be making so much from beer. Get a Market Village and get yourself a lumber. So I do have decent proximity. And my control... Oh, Mr. Control Man. Please increase control. Oh, that one is alone, but still, there's 10% from the road. There's 10% to get, and even if it's not much, from 55 to, well, it says 80, but it's a lie because part of it is yeah, there's 20% from increased control. So, but 55 to 64 is good. Also, I want to get rid of that ban of lordship. That's going to be the next thing that goes. That one is bad. Very bad. We can go back to speed 3. And we go back to our estates. If we revoke that, it's going to be 88 stab. 82.08 stab. Slightly less because we put up our autocracy has been implemented and favor the ruler has been implemented for 30%. Estate power of the crown, revoke privilege cost minus 10.28, estate satisfaction plus 3.08. Also, the higher our crown power, the happier the estates for some reason. Change policy cost is lowered, power projection slightly up, more cabinet efficiency, more trade income, court expected court cost of court goes down, building upkeep goes down, and parliament-based support goes up from high crown power. Pretty cool. But it still shows. 101.94. Great. We have 109. Declare war. It would be Yatenga. Can I co-belt yet? No, Yatenga would not join. Can I force you in? Yeah. Yatenga is already at war. Who are you at war with, Yatenga? That's the question. Oh, you're fighting Busuma. No, I want to know about the war. Well, if you're not joining, then we're gonna gobble up Goriko and I'll be fine. Yay! Don't call in Yatenga. Ah, select a war goal. No CB and no war goal. Religious war. Take your capital. Using war goal, take Greco. Yes. Wow, wow, wow. Military. Levies. Right click. Raise all levies. Perfect. 5,000 levies raising up. Did I click yes on that military? Yes. It's just I was not looking on the correct screen. No, they're here. Right, levies. And you're trying to... No, the levies are here. And in probably other places. Summon the levies. Hi, Yatenga. Yeah, Greco, I think you're fricked. Something tells me you're fricked. I don't care about war. Well, I care about war, but also no need to stop to slow down the game when I have to change that option. You think, are you gonna lose to Busuma? I think they're gonna lose to Busuma. Also, we are automatically affecting leaders because we care about it. There are no regiments capable of bombarding forts. Really? Aw, ruler died. Well, now it's idiot's son in charge. Well, idiot. Compared to his dad. He's not that bad. But his father was way better. And that means we're lacking a cabinet member for development. We don't have much choice, which is sad. There. Our burgers are almost happy. Our ulema are still unhappy. Why are they so unhappy? They should have stabilized by now. No censorship, access to royal and ecclesiastical courts, tax farming, favor the ruler. Right. Yeah, the ICTA law, but it does give me tax efficiency and estate satisfaction. And I'm not taxing you, so... Really? Our religious unity is trash, though, I think. Where would religion be? Diplomacy, society, religion. Yeah, 35.91. We don't need 20 stat and 85 people. So many holy sites. Yeah. Actually, are we converting people? Let's look up here, because I know there's a mixed people here. Yeah, we have 1%. It's lack of control, mostly. Are we converting more here? Yeah, we're converting 2 people a month. Woo! So much conversions. I'll find someone else. Yeah, new ruler is gonna lead. Move to their capital. They're gonna be hiding in Kong, most likely. Come on, vassals. How long until? Okay, 18th of July. Yes, we take attrition. There he is, perfectly in time with his 69 military. Very nice. I hate but I dislike something in here. Oh, he's a battlefield medic, that's cool. Actually, you? Chase them. Chase them. Don't let them get away. Right click on an army, you have all the chances in the world to catch them, to chase them. Yeah, vassals are going for the occupations, which works. And if we can stack wipe their army, then we split off and it'll be great. No, sir, you don't go out into the wilds. Now we got him. There we go. Underage heir, yes. Yeah, admin education will suit him. Although I would rather... Can I change his education? Yes, I could. More dip. Flip to dip. Don't know if that cost me something. Yeah, armies are out of food, it's okay. You occupy his capital instead, sir? Hey, we enslaved people from Kong. Sorry, Kong, but people have been enslaved in your provinces. Actually, you can go to here. You move to there. They tried to raise an army. They did their very best. They failed their very best. Yes, Songhai, please help me here. Garrison fell. And that's 100 war score. The Vassal Swarm is here. Hi, Vassal Swarm. Yep. Yatinga lost. Hi, Yatinga. Except, do I want to spy on Ouagadougou? I want to spy on Yatinga too. Yes, yes, yes. More slaves for everyone. Military. No. Disband all levies. Thank you. Unraised army levies. Yes, I know. I know. Unraised army levies. It's okay. Griko. Sue for peace. Yoink. No, not yoink. 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 That's 26 aggressive expansion. With only Griko. The others, they don't seem to care much. Ouagadougou cares for 16. But that's only 16. And the others are far away. So, seize land, yes. Shift. Max money! Give me all your money. Nothing much we can do, and nothing else we can do, so send demands. Yes. If they refuse, they lose 10 stab, but they won't refuse because they can't. They don't have an army, they don't have anything. You, sir, how good are you on military? You are a genius in military. Integrate the province of Griko. And development, are you still good at military, sir? You have 48. You have 5. Well, sorry, development for now. Integrate Kong. And we'll have to give ourselves win a war and conquer a location. Yay! Alright, we're still moving. We'll be here at some point. I need a little bit more dip points. Hey, we went to 7th GP. Spend a little bit more on dip. I want dip cap to go up. Oh, I'm actually losing money on that at that point. Wow. Why am I? You can be automated, so you actually trend. This is from shady people. I'll take the prestige. Thank you. Why am I losing that much money? Where is my money going? Cost of court. Is that just because I grew that much? Because that would be shite if that happened. On my 0.06, so we could be minting, actually. Nope, that's ding. That says no. Did we inherit forts that we do not want? No. We have more disloyal people. Kabu and Jolov. Guys, why? I'm bigger. Yes, the Bangkok market has low access to food. It's fine. We'll be pushing. Hopefully, we'll start pushing our market out. Yeah, you're requiring how many weapons we? Ooh, we need so many weapons for things to work and soldiers to get recruited. Hey, development gave us 1 extra level, and we finished the gravel road. Woohoo! Yep, 257 because weapons are sought after. You're still... Yeah, you still have things to build, so build. Inefficient minting. There we go, 1.6, and we're back to 8.43. Yeah, right, we get 1 month of severe downtick because of the integration, and it tries to buy food for the location before trade rebalances out. That's why. Moroccan exile. Who dat? Ooh, you are a great cabinet member. What are you? You are malevolent, though. We can say that his service will be useful. We gain 10 prestige. Or we say that we have no room for him. And Morocco gains opinion of us. I mean, for the 10 prestige, we'll take him. We'll not hire. We won't hire him, but he'll be around. And how are we doing now on control here? Actually, could you pin this? Thank you. Zero control. Why is my maximum control absolutely 0? Average satisfaction, yep. Conquered, yep. Proximity to capital, up. So if we remove the conquered modifier, which means we actually core the place in 7 years. Another? Ooh. Sure, we can take Harry has recently drawn attention to the fact that there are many other Moroccan notables in his position, men of great wisdom and influence, he insists. I mean, 100 Moroccan pops each month for the next 5 years, that's pops for me. And they come to Old Mandings, which is here. Province of Old Manding. Can I not? There. Into here. I want to look at the end of the month who arrives and what kind of pops we got. It'll be the only Moroccan pops we have, so it'll be easy-ish to track. Kong is going to be faster to integrate because it's only one province, only one location, whereas I have to work on the Greco for both. I wonder though if both of the cabinet members can be working on that. Kita control has been improved. Let's... We were working here. Let's flip you around into Boer. Because you are efficient. What is that? As long as it works for the cabinet, we gain clergy head of cabinet, which is clergy satisfaction but clergy power. Ooh. Nope.
Friends incoming! Assemble the Squirrel Honor Guard!
Sayuza Raiders! Welcome, Sayuza! Welcome, Raiders! What were you playing? Did you start... Were you playing this little obscure indie game called EU5? Are you having fun? What were you playing? Or was it CK? You don't know Sayuza. He is the second best French person streaming in English in the world. Obviously, I'm being first. EU5, obviously. Who were you playing as? What were you playing? What were you doing? Do you have questions on the game? I can probably give you wrong answers. Maybe I can also give you right answers. I'm not sure. I'm learning too. Hello, Garius. You're watching Sayuza be worse at EU game than me, which was a rare treat and won't last long. Hello, Garius. If you don't know Garius, I have spent a lot of time in his chat this afternoon, listening and asking questions. So you totally go check him out. He knows a lot of history. And he has cats too. So, you know, that's also an argument to go follow him. But yeah, my first day was playing as Mali. I didn't get the country to blow up, but I messed things enough that I said, no, I learned more, and I want to redo the first few years. Also, we're 3 years away from rats being a thing, but they don't come into here, so we're relatively safe. Yatenga, I would like to spy on you. We'll force them to become our subject, and then we'll go after their cores in Busuma. What is Nya? They're building a settlement. Okay, build a settlement. Sufi syncretism. Towards mysticism, our ulema lose satisfaction, and they gain influential Sufi pop conversion and monthly control. Ooh. In Sia, Loro Penny. Sia here, Loro Penny. So it would be over here that we would start flipping. Local pop conversion speed plus 3%. I mean, the conversion is probably already going to be terrible, right? Yeah, because we have no control anyways, so it doesn't matter if we have more conversion because we don't have control. So I kind of want jurisprudence, yes. Make our ulema happy, yes. And they get religious orthodoxy enforced. It doesn't really matter because, again, 0% control. For 12 years, the monthly control is going to hurt. But since we're going to spend 6, 12, plus 15, making Greco a core, who cares? And we get a little bit more jurisprudence. And happier estate. Boom. Estate happy. Terrible equilibrium. Even though we're not taxing them. I did hit my clergy quite hard. What could we give them? Centralization, but that doesn't give influence. We could give them this one. You don't like mysticism. I'd rather go jurisprudence, so even though the 5% max literacy feels cool. I don't want traditionalist. Communalism is interesting, but communalism doesn't give me conversion. I don't know why it can't push for further than 5 here. Garius and Sayuza, since you played some EU5, do you know what prevents the modification? What fixes this cap? It cannot push further than 5 plus 5. Is that the monthly drifts? The max monthly drift? Because 5 drift, if it's drift, it's great because it's all in the same box. So if I read that as correctly, that we could only drift by 5 per month. Notice the cap I can drift to. So then what sets this cap? If I want more communalism in my country, where do I see the modifiers to this cap? Because that was my intuition that it's the max we can go to. But then we're starting at 60. I haven't worked out that's what sets it yet, but it's presumably what later unlocks in tech policy as era changes. Okay. I want to be able to tax my clergy. Although they're currently unhappy, it would give them way too much power. Spiritualist, what does spiritualist do? I prefer to read it here so I can check what's on the other side. We're already drifting towards that. It's pop conversion, but less assimilation. I said I'd rather go humanist. But if I keep my clergy pissed off, they're gonna keep on being unhappy every once in a while. And they're gonna slow down my research. And that I do not want. I guess I can go for expansion zealotry. Belligerent versus conciliatory, I can live with that. The Umair are going to be slightly unhappy, that's fine. The commoners are going to be slightly unhappy, that's fine. And the tribes are going to be unhappy, that is fine. Cost me 5 prestige, easy. Also, cost of court, come on game. There. Can I mint more? Nope, no more minting. No extra mints. So for now, tax the clergy. They're super happy, so we might as well tax them. Hi, Sin. How are you doing? How was Divinity? How was Divinity Original Sin 2? How are you? Are you having fun? Fire, lots of fire. Yes, there's a lot of fire in Divinity. Well, I'd say especially 2. I remember less fire in 1. Bakbani peasant, patriots. Yeah, but it's fine. It's one location, and they're not gonna be too unhappy. It's fine. Oh, that's gold. Technically, we could make a colonial charter, but I don't want to. We could go after Bonamon, because Bonamon has the market here. Look at markets. We could take over the Benko markets. And keep on pushing from Nyani and have everyone supply themselves here. Because we already eat a good chunk of Ouagadougou. Busuma's already in our market, so is Yatenga, so making them a vassal won't hurt. We don't have the diplomats, right. Point 11, point 11. Let's go. Will we push the slider to the max for point 21? No. Point 15. Let's go for point 15. Point 15. And I am doing well. Having a lot of fun in this game, learning things, exploring things, reading things, understanding, remembering only a part of it, relearning, and stuff like that. And now we're making a little colony down here. A little decent colony. So how many... Yeah, promotions 23 per... 23 per... That's great. Sadly, we can't build anything here except for the mission, which is lacking... wool. Okay. Kaba, you made... No, you're a rural cloth maker. You made the market village. But you're still hiring for the sheep farm. You would need also a market village to promote people to laborers. And it would earn us... Well, they would, or the market would earn money. How much is it? 52.4? Well, we'll wait a few months. They'll be fine. We're actually gaining manpower. Halfway towards max. Our current max. Which is going to go up when we produce more weapons and when we produce more... when we finish filling in the barracks. Because this barracks is sorely lacking. I mean, building is in progress. So, but then it's going to have to hire 1,900 soldiers, which is a lot. And temples, temples increase local control. You need a temple. Why can I not build a temple here? Because you're a rural settlement, though. Sia is also a rural settlement. Bamako is not, though. Bamako's a town. Bamako already has a temple for increased control. Missionary activities. Where? There. More than enough. So, our theologians are complaining that not enough money is invested in missionary activities. Our current missionaries are hardly enough to convert the whole population of Diribakoro here. For instance, if we say perhaps they are right, we lose money. If we say it's more than enough, we lose legitimacy. Honestly, legitimacy is money over time. So I'm going to say perhaps they're right. And we'll go and build another sheep farm somewhere. Like here? Yeah, we have decent control. If we had 52.99 to produce more wool, because wool apparently is deeply needed, yeah. And tools are lacking, and lumber's not lacking, but tools would be lacking. I also wanted a market village here, because you have the sheep. And we need tons of laborers, so the market village should help. Oh, you have a market village already. Oh no, you get your sheep farm. And when we have more money, we'll build more tools in the capital. Apparently our estates decided to build another pottery. Well, we did produce more tools, or we imported more tools. Lumber, we're expanding the lumber here. And clay, we're lacking so much clay. Next wave of buildings are going to be they're all going to be building clay pits. That's almost a guarantee. They're going to be building clay pits like there's no tomorrow. That. The tannery in Kong is unprofitable. Why? Because you lack access to plenty of goods, probably. No, you have livestock. You have sand, and you have tools. Just that there's nobody to buy your leather in Kong. Are you in my market, Kong? No, you're in the Banco market. Right? Yeah, Kong is in the Banco market. And not in mine, so they can't supply themselves from mine. I need to improve my trade power in here. I mean, we have the marketplace. We could build... What does marketplace do? Gives Papa simulation, local burger power, trade advantage, trade capacity. No, it's not market attraction. Oh, children can have a better education. Our crown prince and Himakan. Let's change your education. Let's give you military education. Make our little brother a potential general. Also because he's rowdy, which is more military ability, so he's gonna be a genius in military. Loss of stability. Oh no. The recent strengthening. That was ages ago. Sorry. Game. Rude. Unhappy estates. That's fine. We don't have anyone that's actually threatening. The Nyama zealots are the closest, but doesn't matter. Boer can't go any higher, so you're gonna go and increase control elsewhere. I would like to know what the average control is so we can actually push things. Pushing Wasulu. Because once he's doing it, I actually know how much we can increase the control. Which which is then going to go slowly decay. Like in Kaba, it's probably decaying slowly. Well, no, it's set at 78. It automatically adjusted, apparently. Cool. So if there's any control to gain here, we'll gain it. And I want to start fabricating the claim on Busuma once I'm actually fabricating the claim on Yatenga, because claims don't last for long. So claim done, and off we go. In the meantime, I want to replenish this. Jolaf is back to being loyal. Good. Don't care that we're being inefficient at minting. We just don't have the silver. Ulema attacks. How are you, Ulema? Are you still happy? You're almost happy, so... Go back to 50%. Sadly, I can't. Can tax a little bit more until I'm closer to 44. Then we stop taking 183 from our Umera. Islamic calligraphy, we can now invest in culture. So that means that the invest in culture should have appeared here. Culture investment, there it is. Monthly change of plus 71 vassal subjects. Prestige decay. Okay, so prestige decay is what's hurting my culture investments, but... I put more? Ah, it limits my culture, my decay. Interesting. Do we have any artists? Yes, but you're all mediocre. Who are you? You're my cabinet member. What? Ah, you're the one increasing in Wasulu, I guess. Nope. You're that guy. You're just terrible in terms of artistic skills, so... Maybe we just don't pay for the culture, because... Yes, it's gonna cost us prestige decay, but we don't have the money yet to invest in an artist. Also, if our colony finishes, it would be great. And if I stopped spying on Busuma, I would stop, but I want the Tenka as a subject first. No, I'm spying on Ouagadougou. I can actually make my claim on Ouagadougou. I have to decide on where. Ouagadougou. Spy network abandoned, so that frees up some dip cap. Let's go back to 0.15. I like my 0.15 gain per month. Oh, Garius and possibly Sayuza and all the other EU5 players. If I invest in culture without having an artist commissioned or anything like that, but because I have artists' characters around, is there a chance that they will just randomly make art or not? Or do I have to commission this? Check this guy. Tell him that I want to commission art from here. Actually, I can commission art. So, you're 21 years old. You're probably terrible, but make art. And we'll invest 2 ducats in art. Yeah, 2 ducats. That's giving me prestige. Sure. Let's see about making art. Because if it takes prestige to commission art, that's a bit sad. But he is making. And now we should see the progression of the thing. He's working on a new weapon. He's about 0% done. Sir, I am investing in you. You're careless. Quality of art, minus 25%. Maybe I shouldn't have hired you as an artist, but that's fine. We're testing, we're discovering. It's our first work of art. It's great. Clergy, you are on 47. This is where I stop taxing you. Yoink, yoink. What I could save up a little bit on is the fort maintenance. Yay, 1% done. Okay. Going to start finally do something in this game. He is doing. He's 2% done. He did 2% of a weapon, which is going to be of terrible quality, but at least it's going to be a weapon. At least it'll be a work of art, which is going to help with our prestige and our cultural influence, making us more likely to actually push against other cultures that cannot afford to pay for such wonders. Canada declared us as their rival again. Here, let's rival you again. Got it. Also, I figured out what not having enough rivals. You can see it here. No. You basically get less counter-espionage, less spy network construction, more antagonism from land, and you start moving towards conciliatory because you don't have enough rivals. That's the 4 effects from being under rival limit. What are they building here? What's that? A library! On your own, you're building a library? Cool! Local cultural influence, yes. Pop promotion speed, why not? Local monthly literacy, yes. Local max literacy, yes. Institution growth, we don't have any, but yes. I'm convinced they were all just scammers. Well, they're probably all just scammers. The Bangkok market, yeah, I mean, Kong, flip to my market, you know? Join my site, I have cookies. Or at least I pretend I have to convince people. I don't want to call it jihad. We finally have positive stability, and we're gonna go and get 5% control on everyone by removing a nobility privilege, so get in. 3 years until we integrate Kong, which is gonna be great. Because Dagbani has basically no cultural tradition and basically no cultural influence gain compared to ours. So people here should be assimilating, right? Except they still have the conquered modifier and the lack of control from things. But they should be they should become assimilated. Oh, Garius, if you're still here, I didn't understand culture. I don't understand culture. I understand that when you promote them, when they are kindred like this, you can increase their acceptance. If we accept them, they just cost us a little bit more cap. And for now, they are tolerated. And that's based on the cultural opinion. How do you rate cultural opinion? If someone knows how you can raise cultural opinion, I am all ears. There's a few policies that do it. So, policies as in laws, with advisors on it. Let's see. So I haven't seen the develop, improve relations. That's not it, I suppose. Parliament is up. We're not migration attraction, we're not migrating people, we're not moving control, we're not assimilating, because that flips people to your culture, the pop assimilation. Is it from some shady people? We can refuse, actually. Crackdown, that's not it. Foster new culture, that's not it. We form a new primary culture, that sounds great, but I don't know, but that's not it. Pops belong to the primary culture of a country will see their pop saturation increase by 25%. Yeah. Converting a province. Nope. We do not have conversion of nobles blocks. We do not have conversion of burghers block. We do not have conversion of clerics blocked. We do not have conversion of peasants blocked. And reduce war exhaustion. So I don't see it in my estates. Maybe it's something that comes in as one of the Age of Renaissance things. It is, if I look at for culture. Cultured overship. Overlord, intense food production. Oh, agriculture. Patron of the arts can invest in culture. Yes. Sturdy grain, vibrant court, culture cap. Cultural, cultural influence. Cultural influence, cultural influence, cultural influence, and tradition. So I have no idea how we do that, but if someone finds the info or plays and discovers, I am all ears. We currently have unhappy burghers, unhappy clergy. Clergy is going to stay unhappy, which is a bit sad, until I give them a privilege, which I don't want to give. Burghers we can maybe fix by giving them an agenda that we will just let go through. Castleworks is always... no, Castleworks is defensive. Promote state religion. We convert a bunch of tribesmen in neighboring. Support the state, Mansa, that would be our ruler. Making our ruler better, not bad. Market expansion, that's trade maintenance, and we would get burger trade caps, so our burgers would be able to trade more. And if we promote members of the clergy, a skilled member of the clergy. We could take it and just let it go through. Are there any laws that I want to change? I wanted to change my court language to Arabic. How would that be? That would be 20 stab. That actually would sounds cool. Estate law we can't change much. At least not that I want to. Minting law. I could slightly piss off my nobility because my nobility is high. They don't like tax farming. Tax farming? No, that's crown power. That hurts my crown power. But I want that. Because that nobility control, that gives me traditional economy, and I don't like that. I think I want to flip to burger-controlled minting operations. Makes our burgers slightly happier. And it will be only 2.5 for my nobility, which is on the verge of being happy if I just tax them a little bit less. In exchange, I could tax my burgers more. So yeah, I want to do that to get rid of the traditional economy and less progress towards aristocracy, and push more towards Pluto and capital economy. Leave my traditional economy behind. Amount of pops working in raw goods. I require raw goods using mining coal, iron, copper, silver, stone, tin, lead, gem, saltpeter, alum, marble, and mercury. Yeah, I want that. So I want the crown. I want the debate to pass. Well, I want to change the law, actually. I have 15% support. We're calling in Yani, and we'll take the castle works to have the highest starting one. 4 billion cost, monthly progress to defensive. I'm not on balancing offensive defensive, so sure. Promote those castle works. Ask for law change. We're changing our this one to burgers for plutocracy and capital economy, please. Thank you very much. Lessen levy obligations for the clergy. Sure. It would piss off my nobility a little bit. We gain 7%, increase opinion. We gain opinion of the country of Songhai, and we piss off our clergy. No, we don't, we're fine. We're fine failing that state for now. I mean, I could put this one, but it would piss off the Umera, who are happy as they are. Well, trending towards equilibrium, but... now we'll stop here. Unless I want to give them another... I don't want to give them this one. Yes, it's Salt of the True Faith and centralization, but it doesn't give them anything. Spiritualist? Are we drifting toward... No, spiritualist is... it's down. No, it's here. Spiritualist versus humanist. We're drifting towards spiritualist already. Which is going to hurt assimilation. But I guess I can go for more of that. I guess I can go for more spiritualism. So the clergy and admin we could. Plus it's not that big of a bump. Umera would be slightly unhappy. Our burghers are unhappy, but they're going to become happier again. Commoners and tribes, it doesn't matter. Cost me 5 prestige to do that. The Umara currently are unhappy because I'm taxing them. I'll be taxing them a bit less. But if I can bring these guys back to be taxable, yeah. There, in here it's going to adjust. I'm going to stop taxing my Umera for now. No, I can't keep taxing them on full because they're not yet at 50% or at 49.69. And we're actually taxing the ulema a little itsy bitsy bit. But they're so happy that we could actually tax them way more. Maybe not 14%. Yeah, minus 158, that's okay. Tax them a little bit more. Actually, no. Leave it stable. So that we keep some equilibrium wiggle room. Hey, Mr. Blacksmith is 9% done. He still didn't forget how He's still careless, but he's working on it. He's doing things and stuff. Yeah. Food is a bit of an issue. Could increase food production, that would be great, but we don't have much in here that actually qualifies. Well, livestock does qualify for food. Actually. Oh, and I don't have the money, right. Hey, monthly legitimacy up. Cool. That means I can pay a bit less for my court expenses. 0.5 is a bit low. Weather effects. Wayward weather. Northeastern Atlantic. I do not care about hurricanes in the Northern Atlantic. Fun fact, if you play Korea and you get typhoons, you actually see the little typhoon moving on the map. Very scary for your boats, but very cool to see. We're on 12 stability, so even the -7, yes, it's gonna hurt, but it's okay. In 3 months from now... Oh! Busuma, you're eating way too many people. Well, I guess we're gonna get a Ouagadougou and a Yatenga vassal that are gonna be Sunni, and we're gonna go reconquesting for their cores on Busuma. Let's already build a spine network on Busuma. Yes, we're spine. Yatenga. Here to cast his belly. Do I want to make you a tributary? No, I want you to religious war. How can you see? The only thing that I was told was here. Is it military? No. Is it in here? No. I've seen a way, but I forgot. Diplomat mode? Is this the yeah, there we go. Yatenga, diplomacy map mode. Ouagadougou, diplomacy map mode. Us, nothing. As for countries who would have cores and don't have cores anymore, I have no idea. Change the lesson levy obligation. That would be 15%. We have 11% support, so it did grow. With our crown power. My guess is through crown power that it grew back. Like it tries to go back to your crown power equilibrium of currently 15 and a few. And since the clergy already doesn't give us levies, $26. We want to change policy. Enact the devout education for 12 stab. That would be 9%. That would bring me to 35. That would suppose I roll a 15% and I take it. Nope. I'm okay with giving less levies to them, but the Americans still be taxed quite heavily. But I want to get the Not that one. Particularly faith of the elites. Yeah. Conversion of nobles blocked. Only nobility as leaders. That is also tempting to... So that would be equilibrium up for both burghers and peasants. Yeah, royal marriage rights, yes, free mobility. Issue fails, yes, I know, unsurprising. Missionary activities. Where? That's more than enough, it's fine. Free mobility, absolutely. Ban a lordship. Yeah, it's the ban a lordship that I want to get rid of. Upjoin rebel, threshold, serfdom, and max control. All of these can go break themselves. I know I'm inefficient at minting, but apparently I can mint more. A 1 tick of more minting, which is great. How's the colony going? It's going! We'll get it. One day we'll get it. Promise. I swear. Yatinga, did I not fabricate a claim on you? I did not. Take Yatinga. Don't need... Can I not cancel your spy network? Thank you. So that frees up some dip cap, apparently. We're gonna have to pay a little bit more for the... for them. Also, I kind of want to integrate Bambara, who's actually by culture. Right? Bambara, country... No, their main culture is Bambara. It's not my main culture. Yeah, I'm Mankinda. Their tradition is 48. My influence yet is terrible. It is absolutely terrible. But we have 3 artists currently. Oh, he's working on a new palace. Work of art. Apparently I have an artist working on a palace. He's working on a weapon that I commissioned. And he's working on a temple tower. Crowning piece of architecture for a religious building. A temple tower will elevate the importance of its temple. The tower will be able to shape our settlements and show our devotion to the divine. There you go. So he's an architect, I guess? He's amateur. Artist skill development, well... Oh, that means it could go up? Interesting. And Mr. Palaceman, what are you? Who are you? What are you? You are an architect, I guess, yeah. Mr. Temple Tower, you're an architect too, yeah. Growth of Bamako attracts commoners. Helps in Kirina. Right next door. So Kirina, 9,600 people. Overall happy, I guess? Overall happy. Societal towards centralization, yes. Yes. Or commoners lose that, and the estate, the Umera, say are happier. Because we have granted our commoner free mobility. Move towards serfdom. No, 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 no. We have to accept this. That time, sorry, commoners. There you go. Bye, commoners. Bamako gets the prosperity. And Yanni can totally make more weapons, because we need more weapons, right? We're lacking the stone again. Maybe we expand here, because you're almost done expanding your stone, so more stone. Rebel movements, none are threatening at all. Kong is getting... we're closing in on the integration of Kong. Hopefully the cabinet members don't die and everything goes fine. Yeah, we have an amateur architect. The other isn't an amateur. I will have you know. Our temple tower architect is he's the amateur. He's building the temple tower. He's an amateur, but the palace architect, he is gold loving. Salary as an artist up. The Christie as our religious school. We get the following populist rebel special. Ooh, interesting. Figure Gao Moses views our country as a possible place for them to share their knowledge. Or to teach in our religious school. Ooh. I want him to teach in my religious school. Our school, Maliki. We should have a scholar from our... Or do I have to go and find him in people? Guess he would be something. I have no idea who he is. Would he qualify as artists? No, there he is. What would that do? Appoint as cabinet advisor. No, you're not replacing anyone in my cabinet. You're coming to teach in my religious school, if we had a religious school. Can I build a religious school here? No. Ah, nobility's finally been building the tar pits that I was hoping to build somewhere else, but they're building it there, it's fine. Hey! Ouagadougou. Ouagadougou, I have bad news. We have no friend. We have a CB. No, we had no CB yet, apparently. There, now we have a CB. No. That's fine. Military. We're not going to raise all the levies. How many levies can you raise, sir? With your no friends and no allies and eight. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna wait and watch my vassals do the war for me. Because with 8 people, they can't actually siege down a place. So we'll... There we go. Levies are starting to come in. Even Jolaf is recruiting. Yeah, there we go. They all got the memo. Why am I paying more? Okay, cost of culture investment is a bit high. So back down to 2 ducats. And dip spending, I can reduce a tad bit. There we go, back to positive slightly. Right, because you're not taxing my Umera, even though you could. Because for the moment, nope, they're on 45.8, so a bit less. 46, that's still 114. Go, peasants! Wandering Scholar, Sons of True Faith in Heretical Beliefs, cool. Next up is the max literacy for clergy. Oh, subjects, go. That is not E4, that's the con of the steps, sorry. We have enslaved people. Okay. There we go. We're done. 2 for peace. So, you become a vassal. I can't force you to flip, apparently. I can't force you to flip religion, that's sad. Blah blah blah, we gain prestige and they lose prestige. Sure, I can gain prestige, we can humiliate you. Sorry, vassal. You are getting humiliated. We're taking all your money. Not that it's much, but we'll still take all the monies. You're gonna pay me war reps. That's bonus. Doesn't really matter. Don't need to execute the ruler. I'm not taking your land. It's fine. I think that's it for peace treaty. You're gonna become my subject, so that's fine. Yeah. Support loyalists, which is going to be Shulov, Songhai, and Kabu. And Ouagadougou is not disloyal, interesting. Shulov and Kabu, at some point I'll have to integrate you, you know? Right, they might be unhappy because of stability. How are you on equilibrium? You can do 2 or 3 more months while with that level of taxing. They arrive, and that they disband. And then in a few months we'll do the same with the Atenga, and they'll be doing the war for me. There we go, now they're loyal again. Okay. It's just like fake news. Ah! Rats! Hi, Hi, rats! Disturbing news has reached us from your shop as we recently received the following reports from there. Alas, our ships enter the port. Something tells me that there's no port in the middle of the steppes. But apparently they have land ships or something. They are very technologically advanced. And that's obviously why the rats decided to target them. Okay, let's actually stop that trade. Cancel that. Maybe someone else. No, I don't want to export tools. I want to use my dip cap. Because it says we're making more exporting tools than... But I want my tools in my market. Yes, you're making a killing by selling them. But I'd rather be selling gold. So actually, no. Put that back in. That's mine. Max is 435. No, it's 535, so that automatically adjusted. Good. They don't want you to send out that, because gold we have plenty of in the market, right? Yeah, we still have more than enough in the market, so... We're gonna sell less Tucano. So the difference is slight, but I want to keep my tools in my market. If I sell that, we'd say that we sell less tools. That means the tools will go for us. 2,000 dead. Golden Horde, 2,800. Actually, I can check the people. The characters. No, it was in culture that we saw the artists. Let's track all 3 artists and see how they progress. All men, all young, all incompetent. Ah, there's my progression of the progression of my CB. Cool. Oh, and I have 20 on you. Huh. Well, we can make a CB on that. I don't have a diplomat. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue. My dip cap is going up with more vassals. Back to 1.5. So I can increase the dip spending a little bit more. I want to go under 1 ducat a month. Nope, you're gonna go ding. There. Umera, you are on 5 more months on that. Full tax before we have to think of something else. In the meantime, our stab will have gone up, which means more cap for taxing. We could tax our ulema too. Tax the ulema while they're still up there. We have 5 months of taxation here. What did you miss? Not much. We did realize that we had 3 artists actually doing things, including a careless artist who is making, well, our careless artist making a palace. We have the expensive, gold-loving artist who's making a palace. And the last guy who is, what's his trait? No, that's the sword man. This guy. He is actually an amateur, and he is building, he's the one building a temple tower. So, surprise! We'll see if that does. Rico gets local autonomy for 20 years. Noble's power, wow! And max control -10. And the Umera gain 5% satisfaction, or we say crush them. Crush them. Worst case, we get a noble rebellion. And since you're so low, nobles, I can tax you more. Possible rivals. No. Lies. No possible rivals. Also, the rats are here. Well, rats. They're not here. They're far away. And we don't know of them, but we've heard of them. We had our vassals subjugate Ouagadougou for us. What's my control now over here? Still 0. I think a bailiff around here would help protect some control back towards the capital. If we had the money, and if we were not spending money on food here. Because you're rural, you only have 9k pops. You have a market village. The market village is only food cap and trade advantage. You're rice, but you don't do that much. You do produce... How much food do you produce? You produce 22. Food productivity. Might actually be worth building a farming village here. Nah, because subsidized wouldn't make it, sadly. Then investing more into more rice. Except we're lacking laborers. We're lacking people to promote, actually. You build a stockade here, but we don't need that stockade. And it costs me tar, weapons, and lumber. I remove this. I don't need that stockade building in Garalo. Because it doesn't give me anything. It strengthens the local nobility. So how about freak you? Where's Mississippi? No. No need for the local superstition. I want more jurisprudence. And we get disfavoring Sufis and kiss the Sufi shrine for a while. Yes. We do not feed into local superstitions. That's how we get our jurisprudence. Our happier clergy for some reason. But all the clergy powers push me towards mysticism. Extra research and efficiency of the cabinet. Going to be more efficient at there. You increased all you could in Wasulu. So increase control. We haven't done old manding in a while. And old manding includes this town, which also has a little bit of money. And we'll be able to bring it to 99.67 with the Dude doing the dude thing. You're not operating because you're probably lacking weapons, I guess. Well, you're actually balanced on weapons for once. We're getting the monthly manpower. It's taking ages to make our claim. How are we doing on lumber? We actually have an excess of lumber for once. That means we're going to do make more weapons here. No, we need more stone, apparently. A lot more stone. And there's nowhere that makes stone, unless I flip the RGOs of up here. I had set on the mason here. Flip back the clay, although you're probably going to be bankrupt anyways, so just get out. And you're not... No, you're fully hired, apparently. Okay. Congratulations, you're hired. Max literacy for clergy. Yay! That means more research. So you should have... I want all my masons. I have not all my masons? No. Buildings. Masons. You're having issues. Yeah, because you're trying to get stone. And you're actually just not hired. Are you just closed? Yeah. Don't even try. Stop. Stop trying. Yeah, the barracks are recruiting. Again, no threatening person, so we're good. He's terrible at mill, so anyways, he wouldn't be the one doing it, and I don't want to flip. Although once he's done integrating Kong, I want to try if I can put 2 advisors working on this integration of the same place, because Kong is about to be ours. Soon, TM. And I think the next endeavor is to save up to keep on building up roads and start the next round of roads from the capital. Hey, religious CB on Yatenga. Yatenga! Bad news! We have a CB, religious war! Go! Vassals, do the thing! Expand for me, vassals! Are vassals raising, or have they not because they don't have... Oh, they're good. We're good. Vassals are going to do the war for me. Defeating sound of progress. Aha. The Abbé Touré has become infamous for his relentless hammering. It's the artist working on the weapon. The guy we commissioned. Forging from dawn until dusk. Wow. And he's been on it for several years now. While his work is of undeniable quality, the ceaseless noise has driven courtiers, advisors, and even the local animals to distraction. Wow, even the local animals. Complaints range from sleepless nights to disrupted poetry reading. Consort her, our ruler's wife, who's a babbling buffoon, note, demands that the metalsmith be relocated or silenced, arguing her activities are too valuable to interfere with. But, wife, you're a babbling buffoon. No, I want the... Sorry, it's gonna be 7 stab. I don't have any stab to spare, but, no. Appreciate art. Maybe the ringing of hammer on metal is a form of art or something. Deal with it. Umera, you're actually Nope, you're not caught up yet. Still 2% more of full taxing. And a bit more when tax goes up. Ambara, congratulations, you're doing the good thing. And actually, I want a little bit more dip now. Integrated, yay, we integrated Kong. Let's test if I put you on... Ooh, pop recovery effort. That's interesting. But I would like... Ooh, we could stabilize the country too. But that's a mill action, and you're not the best at mill, right? Well, you have a 48, so you're better than him, but you're not as good as this guy. I would like to see if you can integrate... No, someone else is already working on it. Okay. So I guess you could do help me recover stability for now. Go, subjects, go! For some reason, while we're at war, Kabu says, no, we're terrible, we don't like you. There, point 10. Give me point 10. Well, artist, how are you doing? 34, 33, and 33% done. Hey, maybe we'll have art done before they die. Like, building a palace, I understand. Building a tower, why not? Especially when you're an amateur. And the metalsmith is surely great at what he's doing, but he's incompetent at it. But maybe he believes he's good, who knows? Can't set any more rivals. Research, we have only 3 in the queue. So now it's time to think of things. The peasant connection sounds cool. Okay, we'll sell the slaves. Revoke privilege costs, because we're going to get to that at some point, promise. Go for scholarly treaties. Add that, and then the cost for food, which is going to be cheaper. Peasant connections is going to be cheaper too, yeah, right? No, scholarly treaty is a renaissance tech. That one is going to take some time. 131. Ah, we're done. Thank you. Oh. Well, you have no slaves, so no. The question is, do I eat it and feed that? No, I want their cores back. You become a subject. You force convert to Sunnism. And with the rest leftover ducats, you... Oh, come on. There we go. 4.4 ducats. That's more than 1 month of income. You, sir. I still need a diplomat to make the CB. Okay. Yatenga, welcome to the good guys. Lusuma, do you have friends? You have a royal marriage with Liptako. Invite settlers. Next month we can start fabricating the CB. And also stop the spy network to regain some dip cap. Generous merchant family. Ooh, yes. Who's Tunska Moses? He's an amazing artist. He is, and he's adept, but he's 40. And since we have tropical, no, I'm gonna say I need the money. That's gonna be more rice. We're currently buying the food in Old Manding, which is our capital, and no, Garala is not in Old Manding, it's in Tingrella. Wasulu, beeswax, Kaba rice. That way the province is gonna produce more food. As much as I would like that, irrigation too. Local food production plus 5%, yes please. Add that to the province. Hey, they're almost done filling in the clay pit and the lumber mill. Lacking 300 people. Well, clay pit is filled, it's the lumber mill that's almost full. We're lacking... We're currently good on wood, right? Yeah, market says we're good on wood right now. You. Fabricated CB. Guild before country. Who that? Our cabinet member. No! I don't want to lose a stab. No, sorry, guy. I'm sorry, but we're gonna lose the prestige and you die. You're integrating Greco. Good thing we have money to put someone else who knows how to do things. Although he's gonna be a bit slower, but he's younger. He's not as good, but it'll work. I'll get a CB. Religious war. For... Bosuma Wakadugu, actually. There's more people there. Preparing for war. Cancel the spy. And that should free up the spy to actually do stuff. My cap should be going up. Spy on pause. The spying takes 0.10. Fabricating, does that consume... Take dip occupation? No, there we go. Just needed to recalculate on month tick. And I think we'll say on 0.24 now. And you, if I were to say that I want to... Country panel... Start the annexation. Yeah, 50 years. Because again, there's the culture issue. It means, yeah, we invented heavy metal. Exactly. Ooh, we could ask them for money. Interesting. We cannot do that action with subject. Boo. So if I start the annexation, it's going to piss off all of my subjects, and I'm going to be gaining antagonism slowly for the next 50 years, which hurts. At this point, it's almost more, it feels smarter to actually drop it, conquer them, and hold the land for myself afterwards. We're making furniture. How are we doing on weapons? Do we still need weapons? We still need more stone. Because I could build just more weaponsmith, but the profit would be terrible because we don't have the stone. Importing stone sounds like a terrible idea. And you're only 3/4 done. New market village. Noble Regency. Ah, it's the Marcon Sunni guy who became our regent, our malevolent regent. Oops. Rip. And our son is 9, so we have 6 years of regency. He's rowdy and getting a military education. Can probably still gain some stats, right? Also, nobility, sorry, I can tax you a bit less. Oh, you're fine. Automate that. It's my lemma. I can tax them less. Make them trend towards their 7. Tax farming, they're really opposed to that. My ICTA law. How could I replace that? Regent is a good influence. Hey! That's cool. Thank you, Mr. Regent. Hopefully you don't screw me over. I wanted to change the... record the council. If I flip to assembly, it would be nobles versus peasants. Estate parliament. Ooh, estate parliament. I don't have the 50 prestige, it says. Why? Yeah, because I need the burghers to have at least 20% estate power. Cultural tradition up. So that's the defensive tradition for us in Mali. Extraterritorial subject. What would that be? Guinea. No. I don't want to play that. I want to play with that. Also, we're not paying enough for the court. $15 and cost of court. There we go. Get to point. No, stay at 1 ducat. Still paying through the, 9 ducats for stability. We're back on positives. And my Umera equilibrium, I mean, if I wasn't taxing them, I could get 20% more. My nobility tax, that's 6 ducats. So when I flip out stab to a more stable thing, that's... there. 42! We're gonna make art today. That will be the achievement of the stream. We made art. Military, can I recruit a stack of regulars? We said the sofa. Yes! No, we don't have enough weapons, right? No, we can't afford the weapons. The monies. But we have the weapons. For once. We actually have weapons. Ooh, starting strength, recruiting time. Additional recruiting time, starting experience up. Oh. That's cool. Recruitment options. Rush, it puts boots on the field, but they need to replenish. Whereas if we take additional time, they'll take longer to recruit, but better troops in the end when they start. I like that. I like that you have the option, like, I'm about to get attacked, I need to rush and put boots on the ground and bring people in. Normal and additional. I love that. I have one fort. Fort limit of 8.23. Easy. And apparently we can... The Morocco king can lend out his troops. We don't have the money to rent out his 250 infantry. Or even part of it, but we can recruit. How's the Black Death doing? Ah, 27 million. The casual 27 million. Almost 2 million in Castile. Well, 1.8 million in Castile and France. In comparison to the Golden Horde with their 1.3, it has reached England, 1.85. Our rivals are also affected. Ha! Take that, Tunis and Morocco. We don't have rats, we don't have rats. Normally they don't go through the Sahara. Normally. If they go through, we're fricked. Because we have not prepared. But until then... control, I think you maxed out control, right? No, we can... Well, yes. You have maxed out control everywhere. You're still the one who doesn't know how to do military, yeah. So just keep on alternating. Go to Tengrela, maybe. Spread of extreme practices in Kong. We move 2 towards Jurisprudence, yes. And Jula clerics in Kong loses 12 people. Oh no, we're gonna lose 12 clerics. 12 Jula Sunni clerics will migrate each month from Kong to Wasulu for the next 1 month. Yes. I want more Jurisprudence. We actually have positive stab. If we could finish this colony at some point, it would be great. But something tells me it's not gonna go fast. We're halfway towards the CB on Busuma, which is gonna see Ouagadougou and Yatenga flip back to decent amounts of things. Also, I wanted to change in my religion. No, it was in my country. Country? No. Pop, culture, people, no. Where do I change my court language? Ah, we've improved with Tafilat. Tafilat is now friend. Oh, hi Fazan. Can I make Fazan friend? They barely know of me. They do have opinion of me. The other one would be Nupe? A new outbreak. Measles. We're having measles. Okay. We only have small measles, but it's in capital. Well, people are gonna die. People are gonna die. It's okay, we'll live on with people dying. I think actually we're going to preemptively improve with you, Dagbon. Absolutely no reason. The rats will find me, yes. But they'll know about me, but then they'll try to cross this thing, and it's gonna be way too hot for them. Ah, Tuat is actually there. There is a country there. Hi, Tuat. Next to Tafilat. Tannery in Kong is unprofitable. Well, too bad for you. Why are you not profitable? We have plenty of livestock. We have sand. We're lacking tools. Yeah, obviously you're selling them all, you idiots. Idiots. There we go, measles done. 41 million. Oh, it's in Egypt. 1.5 million. 2.2 million in France. 2.3 million in Castile. Then at some point it's gonna hit Greater Yuan. I had more men and then I lost men. I don't know what happened. Maybe some soldiers promoted to something else. That's my guess. Nah, it's fine. It stopped here. Morocco's done. They don't know how to cross the Sahara. Hey, measles are back. Hi, measles. They're here now. In Sideragout. Sideradougou. A local assembly. Peasants are locally assembling here. Where do I know of the bailiff? I do know of the bailiff, except I cannot build it. Why can I not build it? I cannot afford the money. That's the only reason. Okay, it's just money. It's fine. And I think I'll put it in Banfora. Control in Kong, I mean, the max control is not that bad. I just need to get rid of the Banal Lordship. Once I get that, I get 5% control everywhere. And then once we get back out of this, the new stab hole we're going to dig ourselves into, we'll be able to get more things done. Advances, we have 4 advances only. We can work on something else. I like the construction speed. I really like the maximum Margio size. Grant privilege cost. That's less rival. Yeah, we can go with codified privileges and duties. That, and then... I like the bound by service. Minting threshold, that means we can mint more, if I understand that correctly. Well, we're still inefficient at it, but we're minting more. More money. Oh no, we can't go more than 797, so it's fine. Successful loyalists. Ouagadougou loses 5 Liberty Desire. Cool. That's Ouagadougou. How do I see in relations? What is your liberty desire? You have the same rifles as me, same enemies as me. You're creating a CB. No, that's me, duh. A new outbreak. Wow, 30% prosperity. Smallpox, wow. You. Loyalty to Mali, 73.25. I want to check on you. Open all dip actions. What do we have here? Senfuo. Oh! You're my color! Means I can build in you, right? Yes, we can build! Build that building. I need that building. Don't pay for the fort. Reduce dip spending to 0.10. There. Umera are almost taxed. The Ulema are seemingly never gonna get taxed. I'll live with that for now. Burger I could tax you a little bit more for a while and then make it easier on you. Although my commoners are the ones that are gonna pay me the most and on who I have the most leverage, so... Some of you might be unhappy peasants, but I need the money right now. Like 1 month of money. It's gonna cost me 0.98 stab, but that's okay. Here. Because otherwise they're gonna starve. They're gonna keep on starving because they're barely producing enough food. Now that's food cap. Sturdy grain. Does sturdy grain does count as food. You'll hire laborers at some point. I also want a market village. Maybe in the core in Ungali, yeah. Means we're not paying for the colony anymore. Right? Yeah, because we have all of Undiali, so now we can actually save up money. Are we losing that many people to the measles? Smallpox? Yeah, smallpox is ravaging the country. Yikes! Yikes! I did not see that. Well, at least we'll be mostly immune to smallpox after that. The rats didn't find me, but the other disease did. Other diseases did. How bad is it gonna be this time? Okay, only 21,000. That's 64,000 dead from the smallpox. That's absolutely horrible. At least my artists are not dead and they're over 50%. We're halfway there! The 3 whole works of art. Probably all terrible, but 3 works of art. Also, peasants, we can stop taxing you again. Get that going back up for a while. We have now a religious war CB on Busuman. Busuma, do you have any friends? You're spying on Fata and Guma. You have a truce with Wagadugu, but not with me. Royal marriage with Liptako. Who that? Yeah, probably not one significant. You're rivaling Songhai for some reason, but sir, salutations. And this one we're actually going to raise everyone. These guys being the most, call them exposed. Attracting the right people. Ooh. By assisting our Umara in confining the serfs to their lands, we have greatly enriched the landed aristocracy. A wealthy Umara is one that can devote time to life's higher pursuits, and the lesser sons of any house of respect will count a great number of loyal and able artists, administrators, or other men of quality among their scions. Some are quite eager to pay the state back for their services it has done for their family. One of these, Makan Odiene, has recently arrived at the court to offer his services to the Empire. Brilliant! I mean, you're average. You are just. Oh, I'll come in. I'll take the prestige. Actually, move that way. You move away from the border. They're probably just as fast as me at raising troops, but in case they are faster than me. Yeah, you're building 2 things, right? Yeah, you have 2 building things queued. Also, why did I get the sturdy grain? I wanted the ivory. Here. Well, I guess I did the colony in the wrong place. No, because I had the border. I said I wanted to put it here, but it decided to colonize there first. Extremely rude. Come on, group up. Hello, 3,000 people. You're going to Yatenga? Oh, come on, guys. Because he's going to siege them down just as fast as I siege him down. But if all of them unite together, maybe we have a chance of doing it faster than him. Yeah, because he's now going after them, which is great. Go fight those guys. You're going to murder these guys. And possibly these guys. It does like we're winning that one. I disagree, but maybe. Ah, Parliament. Parliament, knowing that most of my estates are slightly pissed off. Not exactly the Umera, though. What would we get? My crown power is 17-ish%, 13%. 1392, let's call it 13 and say we have rounding in our disfavor. Sponsor the noble arts. What would we get? We get 20% noble estate satisfaction equilibrium by selecting that. So they would be very happy. We would get a new artist. I do not like that. Promoting the state religion, I do like that one. Plus it would flip a bunch of people. Market Expansion Act. We gain rush of merchants, which is merchants can trade more, which means more tax. Increase ties to subject. That's liberty desire for everyone, but that starts on 0, and I doubt I can pass that. Remote integration process. Ooh, but that's only 6 months. I don't really care for the sponsor, the noble arts. Because if we roll terribly, we get the 20 artistic skill. If we roll great, we'll average, we get a composer. And if we roll top tier, we get a new writer. Which will allow us to make more art, but I don't need more art. I need more money, more loyal people. Let's go for this one. Promote the state religion. Yes, we want to lose that, and the ulema. Ooh! 2% towards communalism? Sure. We could do that too. 13%. 13.11. That's not going to be enough. Whereas 14.69 is going to be enough. Sorry, ulema. It's for your own good. I wanted to see if I could change a law also. I forgot which one, but... the uneducated masses. If I wanted to go to religious teachings, we would get 5% clergy estate satisfaction, which would push them above 50% afterwards. Yeah. Except their equilibrium is temporary. Their satisfaction equilibrium is temporary. Because there's this one which is timed. Once that one goes away, they go back to 47. So I think religious teachings, I said, well, too bad for spiritualists. As long as we don't go traditionalists. Aristocratic support. We piss off our ulema even more. We lose 5 legitimacy. Nah, we don't need that. And support of communal values. I kind of want to click that one too. Gonna piss off my nobility who's already pissed off. Nah, we're fine. We'll fail the estate, it's fine. It's only gonna cost me 7 stab. We're positive on stab here. Can I do D for, no, not D for detach. What's the detach siege? E. For E-touch siege, apparently. This is gonna flip a lot of things. Actually, you follow and we're... Well, either you go here. Yeah, you're gonna go there, see if we can catch them. Ouch. That hurt. That hurt a lot. We gained a little bit of army tradition. They gained a lot of army tradition. That seems to be working as EU4. The more casualties you take, the more you learn from the battle. Some prestige for us. We did gain some experience. Did we gain any... No, we did not get any prisoners. Actually, you guys, all those guys. Okay, that one's gonna be flipped, so move it to here. We're chasing those guys, come on. South occupied, go. Let's go. Okay, you still occupy, perfect, even with less than 1,000 men, perfect. They stopped, we catch them more. We're probably going to be retreating even faster. Levy lost to attrition. The Katyota Company! Sunnism Mandika peasants. Our nation is surrounded by territories as yet unclaimed by any of our rivals. Our ambition to expand the lands belonging to the crown has taken root amongst our people as nationalistic fervor, and a new private company has established itself with the intention of bringing settlers to the land of Katyola. It's Katyola. Katyola here. What's in Katyola? Clay. I could actually go with clay. Ooh, let's profit from that. Yeah, we lost nothing. They lost 105. No, you chase those guys. You chase that army. Let's recover a little bit more so I can murder a few more. I'll have to fix that, but at some point. Indiani, if we were 5% support from the council, I mean... it's gonna fail anyway, so... Wanna chase them. Ouagadougou. Shattered retreat past Yatenga is my guess. More slaves. Yep, they got caught again. Follow them. While these guys do all the work. Something tells me this is gonna fail. Kunde. You stay because I feel like we're gonna need the occupation of this. Oh. There we go. Follow them. Trying to raise more levies around here, but shouldn't be enough levies. That's the thing. Oh, coming back. There you go. Those levies are gone. Port control starts again. You did recur. You run after those guys. Thanks for participating, vassals. Oh no, the issue failed. What happened? Rebalance the flanks. %. I don't need more. Do you for peace. Can I not return land? Apparently I cannot get a return land. I guess I'm taking the land and then feeding it back to the vassal. I think Florence might be the only start where you earn for the Black Death. You need the stat modifiers from the actions you take. You can't do to beat your crisis. Wow. Yeah, they're disloyal because we're at war. They'll forget afterwards. So, Yatenga, what are your states? If I look at dip. Yatenga. You probably want the state of Yatenga for yourself. Ouagadougou you're going to want down here. And I can understand. Let's see. From here, you... I want the Yatenga. I want the Muhun for Ouagadougou, at least. There's no country to liberate. If I take Wa, I can feed it to Ouagadougou. Because I can't hold anything, or we release another custom subject down there. With 69, who would hate my guts? The only one who would hate my guts is Busuma. If I eat all of you, who hates my guts? Busuma, but they don't exist anymore. Liptako and Fata and Guma. And quite a few others are on the verge of. It might not be the best idea. Maybe I don't take Busuma. I don't take the Wa province. I force convert you to Sunni. Or I don't take Ouagadougou because that's 18 and I take the cash instead. And the war reps. Bordagore! Yeah, no, we're not going to do Bordagore, sorry. And Mubun is going to go back to Ouagadougou, and Yatenga is going to get their their province back. You had no Malian slaves, so we're good. That's less aggressive expansion. So the only one who would be in coalition range would be Busuma. And if I had kept on spying on him, I could make another claim. But they'll have forgotten by then. I guess we can increase with Bonoman. Or start prepping a campaign against Bonoman. To at least force him to flip Sunni and then come back later and maybe make Sunni subject of him. Yep, I like this one. But I can't control the land, so Ouagadougou, you're gonna get your cores back. Subject action. Wow, that's actually an immediate click when you do it. That's impressive. Yatenga. Oh, we could seed location, but seed province works as well. Get your Yatenga back. There we go. Congratulations, Yatenga. I think I should also improve because recently declared war could be and should be countered. So let's work on that. Ouagadougou, same thing, but for some reason... yes, military. Yes, I'm close to forming a coalition, that's okay. Alright, I right-clicked and that put all my levies down. No. Levies, march back home. Or actually march back to my land. As I know, I have unraised levies. Well, I'll have raised levies, it's fine. Yes, I know, they're moving. They're black flagged, so they can walk wherever they want. Exiled armies, I know. Now I have to start thinking of integrating people. Why is my economy crashing like that? I mean, I know I am not taxing my... My Umera can't be taxed much more. The Ulema, for some reason, are stuck at 4897. Although I did put in the religious teachings. Why is... Oh, because that's still being implemented, right? Yeah, that's still being implemented, that's why. That's why they're not above 50. And thus not being taxed at all. What's the Black Death? 64 million. Ah, Delhi has been hit. So has Doab. 2.6 and 2.5. France actually beat Spain in terms of casualties. 2.39 for 2.37. No coordinated peace treaty, or is it because it was a religious speech? I don't know. I do not know. Yay, more dip tap. I still need the growth, but the good news is we can totally do less. Yeah, different primary culture, one of one shared culture groups. Use Sunni countries positively. Are you Sunni? Yes, I want minor tribe of Yatenga. Yeah, you're Sunni. Okay, that's why you're happy year as my subject. And there we go. They're back to being loyal. Ouagadougou. I'm gonna try because I have the extra diplomat. I cancel the support loyalist. You immediately flip back to disloyal, but by just a slim margin. And I have so much to catch up on negative diplomacy that... Also, how are you at 96 when you have a plus 50 for our liege, plus 50, and a plus 6 from shared societal value, but only a minus 90 from recent war declares, and minus 10 from different culture. Oh, because of your view of Sunni countries. Why do you view Sunni countries terribly? You're Sunni yourself. Because you have no tolerance of Sunnism. But I did tell you to flip Sunni. Reduce trade efficiency down, or get rid of the troublemakers and they lose satisfaction. That's fine. Okay, they have a minus 52 for view of Sunni countries for some reason. But we'll fix the disloyalty from mostly relations, I suppose. Can I have a breakdown of their loyalty? How's the breakdown of loyalty, Ouagadougou? Yes, can I have the detail of 46? There we go. Power relative to Overlord, plus 38. Subject opinion, minus 9. So my power is overwhelming compared to theirs for a plus 38. No, for a minus 38. Their opinion of me... No, because it's a thing that trends towards 50. So my power is 38 compared to theirs. Then you add all of the vassals. Ah, my dip spending affects the liberty desire of subjects. Got it.
Friends incoming! Assemble the squirrel honor guard!
DDD, how was stream tonight, DDD? How are you doing? How's life? Are we paying? Yeah, we're paying for that colony in Catiola. And we're also colonizing Corco. Actually, we're still colonizing 2 places at once. Woo! How are you doing, DDD? How was stream? What were you playing? Was it EU5? If it wasn't EU5, what's your excuse? And for you folks who would be here and don't know DDD, he is a wonderful member of the Mellow Fellow stream team that I am part of as well. Raid the fridge! Yes, go raid the fridge. There you go. Entropy Survivors. Is that a Vampire Survivors or is that Craft and Survive thing game? Ladies, go back to work, please. Okay, control here has been increased. And just say, there we go. We're back to making slight positives. Very 2 slight positives for it to be acceptable, but at least we're making the positives. We're also on plus 16 stab. Revoke for privilege. We're going to save 5% more on the stab cost for the scholarly treaties, which is going to be crown power. And the peasant connection is going to save us food as well. Not certain that I want to keep the codified privileges, but improve relations would actually be cool to add to the queue. Let's add that to the queue. Thank you. Ooh, plus 10 loyalty of subjects, yes. I'm going to need that. And then I guess I'll queue up them. I kind of want to put the Master Masons in somewhere, so... Happy Master Masons. Taxes for clergy, 1%. And yeah, next parliament I want to flip out of no censorship. Well, no, it's not no censorship. It's just the religious teachings that need to go up. More religious teachings means I can tax them more. Where are the tribes unhappy? Only the nobility as leaders. Yep, I can hear that. Favor the ruler and tax farming. I can, yeah, I can. I understand. I hear you, tribes. Not that I'm going to do anything about it, but I hear you. Yeah, that is slowly progressing. And Greco, when we finally finish integrating that place, it'll be great. You're on 57, you are terrible, and you're on 58, so that's the best guy doing it. Let's get a bit less stab. Let's do some rebel crackdown on the most advanced one, so the Niyama Zealots. Right? Niyama Zealots, there they are. They're still far away, but he has a decent score in military, and he can take them down. From 15.35 due to lack of control. What? He has married Awa Moru, our courtier. Secure the future of his dynasty. Okay. Congratulations, have babies. Umara gained estate satisfaction. Oh. Is this the moment where we jump the boat? 46. 46, we need, so we're gaining 1.26. We are on, we need 28.75 minus the 13.23 we have. That's 15.52 divided by 1.26. That's 12 months. That's 1 year. That's 1 year of increasing nobility. Except that will be gone by the end of the year. Malian Umara will be gone from the Umara at the end of the year. By the end of the year. We could take advantage of it and tax them more. Instead of letting it chill. Tax them a bit more before going back to 50%. Which would allow us to stockpile a bit more money. Because right now, if we look at our estate, I want to remove the banal lordship. It's 97 stability. Can I have the detail of this by default? Base cost is 146. So base cost of 146. Communalism and crown power. I'm going to add 5% more. So it'll be 146.31 times 1 minus 0.3816. So we'll be saving ourselves 7 stability if we wait for the thing. They lose 40% estate satisfaction if I do that. So we'll have to think about stopping to tax them so they go back up. Because their equilibrium can go much higher if we don't tax them, plus 15%. I can't afford to not tax them right now. But I want the extra stab, because that's more stab higher up. Also means less Umera power. And I'm kind of happy with that. So yeah, answer is not yet. Answer Umera is Umera, I tax you more right now. I tax you less afterwards. While we gain a few more points of stab. While we bump up the nobility payments, we'll ask the commoners to kindly contribute to the effort. Until we can do something of it. Right now we need to stockpile money. Okay, our gold to Benin is becoming less and less profitable. We're not going to use any of it for now. We can't send all the way up here. We don't have access yet. Hi, Mijimi. I never looked further than this market. They can lose 0.61, it's okay. How are we on artist production? 68% done! We won't have it before the end of the... before we actually revoke our castle, our noble privilege, which is horrible. Blah. Banal lordship. Blah. 5% max control everywhere. In progress towards serfdom. 68, 67, 66. Well, our blacksmith, our heavy metal expert, is actually the one progressing fastest on his craft. The palace was the one in the middle, and the temple tower is the one lagging behind. Then again, he's an amateur, so you know. People, do we have it's culture artists? We only have 3 artists, okay. So if I want more artists to be supported, I need to fire some of the artists. So I can only support up to 3. Capelli, you are currently tolerated, so I don't need I'm good with that. I don't understand how I don't understand how I upgrade the cultural relation. Community justice. We move towards communalism, or I'm gonna lose 15% satisfaction. Ouch. And we shift towards individualism. But I want the stability. Let's buy the stability. Sell the peasants that are absolutely taxed since, well, not exactly that much. 42%. Since they are currently on 35, actually 35. Tax them to 439. Since anyways, they'll be trending back towards equilibrium. Umera, we can still have a few more months of saving up gold. Can I mint more? Yeah. Nope, only 1 tick. More minting! One day we'll get access to silver, and it'll be great. And we'll get rid of our inefficient minting. And we'll actually be minting like crazy, without inflation, hopefully. That'll be a lot more money too. Sofala barracks. Hey, we're almost done with the barracks filling in on men here. We're still missing also 59 burgers here. But the barrack is having, well, they're having a weapon issue. I know I said I would be saving money, but well, if you're already building more of this and more of that, you are lacking people. Now Nyani will just add that to the queue in Nyani. So normally at the end of the month, some people are going to be promoting to try and fill the available for employment situation thing. Death? Who died? Who was that? Oh, he was this guy. Increasing control. Well, we could hire this guy, who's decent all around. 25 ducats. Hired. And let's flip you to increasing control somewhere else, because control looks overall good. Let's go to Gore. So there's a decent production over there. Decent amount of production over there. Forgot what I was looking at, but oh, well, masonry's available. Another? Who was that? We just hired him. Frick you, game. Like, you're gonna go work there. And it's like, no, I commit Sudoku or something. I guess you're half decent, so You're terrible, but you'll do. Even if it's only 15%, you'll do. Ouagadougou, we just need to improve relations. Yatenga, we are improving relations too. I'm almost tempted to start the annexation of you. 1402, yeah, it's gonna take 50 years anyways. Unless I get something else, but let's start the annexation. Fully extended. At the time, we'll get a resist annexation CB on us, and we'll have the following effect. Antagonism change modifier, 0.001. 50 years times 12. That's 600. So that's 6 antagonism overall. Yeah, Funu, you're becoming part of the crew. As long as we can have a few more months of full tax and full tax on the nobility too. R37. We have 208 out of the 558. And we're going to remove 50 from them, right? So that one's a 50%, yeah. Oh! That one! Jolaf, how did you do that? Yes, I absolutely want to, yes. So it's, actually, so let's cancel that annexation. Cost me a diplomat, but that's okay. So I want favors, I have favors. It's not a friendly action, apparently. Because you, if we look at your country, you use Mande, your main culture is Soninke. And I want that culture to be friend. We can enforce culture, but that's not it. How can subject Jolaf? Is that not a dip action? If it's not a dip action, how do I do that? Action from the culture map mode? So I have 35 favors with them. Favors owes us 35.85 favors we owe to them. I would like to use my favors, you know, game? Jolaf, tell me, where did you click that button? It's not an eco action, it's not a covert action. Yeah, let's check, but that would require to have favors with said country. Honk, 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 yes! Yes, check if it's from another country. Dagbon. Dagbon, friend for now. Ish. Like, almost. Nope. Not on a friendly action. It is. Ask to improve cultural opinion. That is idiot. That is absolutely idiot. Why can you ask someone you don't know to improve the cultural opinion between your two nations, but you cannot do that with one of your vassals? That is absolutely stupid. Because Jolaf, primary culture Wolof, I would really like to have Wolof as a friend, but sadly, if we look at cultures, Wolof is hidden over there. It's saying just to Jolaf. That is BS. We don't have enough Susu population to... So we can't accept Susu, but that's fine. We can't promote Susu because they are not really fond of us. That's culture by location. Come on, game. Jollof isn't even in Western African. Can I also, please, come on. No, I'd have to look at the pops to see the detail of the pop's demography. And here I can click on Wolof. And I know of... No, it brings me to my culture versus their culture. I would love to make PC like me more, you know? I'm all up. Same for Mossy. I'm totally up for more Mossy friends. But if I make them tolerated... If I tolerate them, I promote them to silver copper face. Primary golden. Tolerated. Tolerated uses 0.41 cultural cap, which I'm fine spending. I have up to 3.5. Where's even Sunke in this list? Sunke is huge as a territory that it covers. And their cultural tradition is going up faster than my cultural influence. Takur, Bambuk, Diafun, Ghana. That's 4 nations that are main culture Soninki. Whereas mine? I don't care about my subjects, guys. My culture. My influence is only 59.27. And I'm the only one in my culture group. It's in laws, the court language. If I wanted to flip to Arabic, it would be 20. I don't want to do 20. Also, how much? Ooh, actually, you know what? I have 30. No, I have not finished that research, which is almost there. It's time to stop actually taxing the Umara, so that their loyalty goes up, so we don't have too much to catch up for when we inevitably revoke their privilege. Ulema, everyone is going to be contributing. Burgers, can you contribute more? Yes, everyone contributes more. Tribes, they're the only ones not taxed. It's 5 or 6 months, and then we go back to the original plan, and everyone gets some crown power because we're going to shift 50 crown power out of the Umara. Putting them to 109 out of 515 out of 509. 159 divided by 509 because we're removing 50. They're gonna lose. They're gonna go down to 31.23 crown power. Well, power, which is great. I want my Umera under control, which is also on the sideline going to buff our burgers. And apparently we are number 4 GP. With earning 288 by taxing our estates over what we should be because it's going to piss them all off, except the Umera. We're happily trending back up towards 65%. Because they're going to lose 50%, so they're going to be falling back down to 15%. We'll be taxing them, but there's a chance that they rise up. So that possibly Mr. Increasing Control will have to flip to cracking down on the revolt instead of increasing control. Revoke privilege cost pause now. The stability is not going to be that bad. When's my next parliament, by the way? 30 months, okay. You disappear. Max control for me. Monthly progressive serfdom, go away. 96.5. Wait, do I need to wait for the advance to actually be... Scholarly treaties, that's the H2 thing. Is that what we just revoked, researched? Game pause, please. Yes, it was that. So we're not going to get this any cheaper. That was not what I calculated earlier, but right, because I fell back on communalism. I lost some communalism. Okay. No more battle lordship. You crack down a little bit on the Nyama Zealots, which is good. So starting next month, we're gonna have some nobles. We're gonna have to deal with the nobles. And we can re-establish everyone taxed. Actually, commoners. We need to micro ourselves out because otherwise we're gonna go into a hole called costs. Also, stop that. Get back to E05. I know it's Hoi music, and Hoi music is cool, but no, not to that point. Put that close to the clearing. Ouagadougou and Kabu. There. Let's just keep just Ouagadougou in. If we slow down the colonial migration, we can save up on some cash here. New Dilemma, you can still... No, you're... Well, yes, because your loyalty, you're on 15, so I can fully tax you. That's not an issue. Ulema, I can tax you too, but only up to 35? Oh no, Ulema, I cannot tax you at all. Okay. Burgers. You are currently on 48. That's 4801 if I click... No, I don't want the 4801, so burgers, you're automated, you're gonna be fine. Commoners, you are on 38. I can tax you to 40%. And I know the game is gonna yell at me. Also, we're not gonna pay for forts. It's gonna save us some cash there. We're gonna stop paying for that much stab. Reduce the cultural investment to something more reasonable. Nope, I need to increase the spending and stability here that I want to reduce. There, and we'll compensate the rest. It's gonna yell at me, I know, but we're gonna mint some coin. It's only 0.02 per month. And as stab goes back up, actually no. Invest max into stab to get this up as fast as possible. And soon we'll have a parliament which will be upping all of these by 1%, which is it's gonna be great. It'll be fine. Malian slave, it's fine. The only ones who are rebellious are my Umara. Yes, I know I have rising inflation. Truce is with Ouagadougou, Getenga, and Busoma. Yes. So I have 7 months, a bit less than 7 months of paying that. What are they building in my capital here? Market warehouse, okay. Yes, trade advantage, trade capacity to owner. I can go with that. Yes, close to declaring, yeah, because Kabu at 0.00 something. Come on, Kabu. Prove your opinion if you please. We should improve with Ghana too, because officially they are a subject, right? Yes. We haven't improved with them in ages, so let's just, out of caution. Or we keep ourselves a diplomat available in case of things and stuff. Kabu and Ouagadougou, yep. But Kabu's almost out with extra relations will be good. Is the Black Death still Black Deathing? Yes, 97.126. 24 million in Great Yuan. Excellent diplomacy. Ooh. Appease the states. Estates have actually equilibrium. That's cool. Or we get excellent diplomats for dip rep. No, no, no. Appease the fickle estates for 5 years. We absolutely need to appease the fickle estates. Actually, we're gonna slow down colonization. I just need the stab to go up as fast as possible. Mira, you're fine, because your equilibrium is 24 currently. Umara, I can't tax the Umara right now. Commoners are on 43, they can still get taxed a little bit more. On 38. Any extra ducat I can eke out is an extra ducat I eke out. See if I can even reduce the minting to 0. No inflation? Yeah, no inflation. As I gain more, we'll go and reduce that 0.06, and it'll be good. And we got rid of that silly thing. Are you done increasing the control in Boer? Yes, you are. So go increase control in province in Old Anindi because we removed that privilege. Yeah, Umara insurgents. You. Crack down on the Umara insurgents. So I did piss off quite a few nobles. And if we could get Kong to get, well, here to be finally integrated, that would be great in Greco. Because we still have here negative control. No extra possible rivals, good. Well, good, bad, I don't care. Nope, for some reason it went full on -3 ducats. So a subject can curry favors and improve the relation with their overlord. But I can't curry favors with my subjects because they owe us 37 and we owe them 96.63. How did I get to 96.63 favors owed to them and I can't go up above 25? $117. Increase that dip spending. The Umera are going to be unhappier and unhappier, but that's okay. In an ideal world, we don't take any loans. That's just it. .47. There. We should be at 15.35 next month. The Omara insurgents are very likely to rise up. They did not like the fact that I removed their ancient power. But now they're on 33. For some reason they're on 33. Yeah, because low stability, so I have less crown power. True. No, the game did recalculate something different than the... We did lose some ducats on that. But we're fixing our stability at Godspeed. Oh, cheer icon there. Oh, noble. Yeah, we're still in a noble regency, which gives noble estate satisfaction equilibrium. And I'm not extending that regency. It's 2 more years, and then we'll have an average ruler. Heir to Mali, and we're losing money again, so... Back to positive minting. We're down to 0.4 on inflation, which increases the cost of everything else here. Oh, there's a level of Argeo there. Okay. What's my average control in old manding? Are you done increasing? No. Akajalan can still take 2, so we have still 5 months-ish. No, 3 months, because they had 6% missing. And that's also more taxes. Growth of the administration. Ooh, Umar again, it's estate satisfaction. Yes, please. Because they're the rebellious ones. If we put them over 25%, they should not keep on... They should not stay rebellious. The bad news is that I have to tax them less. Commoner, are you on 42? No, you can still do 4 more months for 1.2. As stab goes back up more. And now we only have, well, we're still on 141 for the Umara insurgents, 142%. We should have less as this goes back up. And if we can hold 3 years... No, it's not even 3 years, it's 2 and a few. It's 16 months, a year and a half. So in a year and a half, they won't be rising up yet, right? Yeah, they're only on 17%. We'll be able to call a parliament. Parliament is going to get us a +1 monthly estate satisfaction. Plus, if we can pass an agenda or 2, maybe piss off the burghers in exchange for something to support a cause of the nobility or something. If we're a bit lucky, that, or the clergy. But clergy's automated. Yeah, clergy is automated. Cost of purchasing food. That's going to save us some money because we were buying food. Hey, 167. Let's get rid of our inflation before we do anything else. Umera, you're on 28. Okay, 2 more months. 3 more months. We can do 3 more months. And we might also get art while we finish this, right? 82%. During this crisis, we'll get our palace, hopefully. It's gonna cost a fortune to upkeep if it's a palace. I don't like that. Oh. Okay, we'll mint a little bit. Still officially losing 0.01. Three more months, and then we have to lower a little bit more the Umera tax. But minting with inflation going down means that expenses will also be going down. So all vassals are loyal. That means I can maybe try and see if I can spend a bit less on dip. Nope. Second one says they look at me and they say nope. Okay, Jolaf diplomat is heading home. Debate over the philosophy of Ibn Arabi. Ibn Arabi was a 12th century Andalusi scholar and mystic, regarded by many Sufis as the foremost spiritual master. His pantheistic philosophy of the unity of being viewed all of creation as a manifestation of Allah and invited worshippers to see divine beauty not merely in the traditional rituals of Islam, but in all aspects of life. Ever since, debates have raged on over the compatibility of his philosophy with scholarly interpretation of Islam, with some going so far as to label him an unbeliever. For many Sufis, on the other hand, Ibn Arabi philosophy became the foundational principle of the religious practice. Now, we too are being asked to take sides. What do I know? People believe whatever they want. Stop fighting over that. If we deny the unity of being, we go towards jurisprudence. I do want to go towards jurisprudence. For more research, cabinet efficiency, and stuff like that. Otherwise, we support the unity of being. As much as, personally, I like his view of well, God, or at least everything, divine beauty. I say beauty, not just in human arts, but in all aspects of life. So, we'll still deny it because I want jurisprudence. Making the clergy slightly more happier at max. More cabinet efficiency, which means more cracking down on the rebellion, actually. Okay, we're done. We're done with inflation, so now we can go back to minting some more. Minting some more without going into ding, without hearing ding. So the next goal will be to increase the... Well, maybe make some more money first. And controlling old mending has been improved, right? Yes. We're getting Rilla because you haven't been there in a while. In case it hasn't ticked up manually, we will tick it up. We're maybe someday gonna get to integrate Greco into our state. And at that point, I think... $84. Congratulations. Hey, Mr. Amateur Tower Builder has caught up with Mr. Palace Builder almost. They're both shown on the large bar at 80 on the info at 83. Hey, my favorite E05 track, Pain is Salvation. Like that situation, 99.163 million. The disease has killed 0 of our people. We are the best to resist the death plague. Yeah, the Black Death. I do like the sound of death plague. You can still take a few more months on max tax. Can I tax you more? Technically I could, but we're no. But we are no. Peasants, you can do still 3 more months at least. During which, if stability goes up, you're gonna stay at that taxation rhythm. Dang, I should have taxed my peasants even more. Minting check. Minting check says go. No, minting check 2 says no go. No, 1 check was enough. Old mending, I'd have to improve the food production in the province. Like the rice production. With irrigation. Because the goods are distributed on a province level. I think it's not a location level. There's 1 level of rice. Rice is 10. Back on the positive, so we're good. We're making money again. 29, your equilibriums. Nope, we still have 3 months at least. 3 months, and how are the insurgents? 28%. Ugh. Hopefully we can bring them back to loyal and actually not rising up. That would be great. Could you please not rise up? That would be perfect. Let's get the colony keep back up. No, let's keep the colony on 20 people, 25. Increase the dip spending to... No, not dip spending, Masani. Nope. There. Benin has declared me a rival. Oh no, what am I gonna do to Benin? I think it's time to integrate Jafunu. I'm never gonna get cultural opinion stuff thingamajig, apparently. So, start annexation. Or we cancel the vassal status, but no. That would be stupid. Your primary Soninka, and you're tiny. Well, that's you. It's Kabura that's tiny in here. But you're not Soninka. Okay, so have 2 more months at least. Ah. Ouagadougou is unhappy. I am improving with you, Ouagadougou. Yeah, I am. It's fine. back to growing that colony. It's gonna be... Okay, building a colony, ruinous. Especially when you don't get the good that's actually gonna pay you money for the... Pingrilla. Almost one last month to take for everyone. And we'll have done Capital, we'll have done Tengrela, we'll go to Burit, and then we'll go push down here. And then Nyagasola. Oh, it's gonna go ding. And no, it's not dip spending, Masani. It's stab spending. You can go to 31, so you still have 4 more months. Commoners, you have 1 more month. So next month we start reducing, instead of increasing taxes, we reduce commoner taxes. Unless the stab increases enough to keep it going for 1 more month, in which case we keep on taxing our peasants heavily. Sorry, peasants. And you... Please control Boer. I think it's only the base increase that we're gonna get, but hey, it'll be increased. Oh, Bambukan peasants. Hey Bambuk, do you want me to help in your war against your own peasants? This is gonna take ages. This is gonna take ages. Also, money needs to be adjusted. Umera tax, actually. Oh, sorry, Umera, you can still be taxed. You still have 3 months. 4 months. Umera, grateful for a favor. Ooh! Money and 10 estate satisfaction. Sorry, yeah, tax less. What's their equilibrium? 40. But we have money now, at least. Let's slow down on the colony again. $20. We are taxing the these guys a little bit more each month because we can still tax them 13% more. And as our stab goes back up, we tax them, they get taxed more. I want to keep my stab spending, so we'll go back a bit into a bit of inflation. For a few months until we can catch things up. Hi, peasants. Bambukan peasants. You're counter-sieging each other. Very interesting. Very interesting strats. I don't understand it, but very interesting in its own rights. Point 12. Point 1! As you are 4 months again. And this is going to be going up and up. And once it reaches 50%, we can re-automate the Umara. Our kid! Yay, our kid! He is actually decent. But I don't have anyone to marry, so... Marry a lowborn, I don't care. Make babies. Also a great wife. She's calm, which is good. Seems good. Congratulations, wife. You did good. Tracking down, minus 0.27. Well, oh! The Umera insurgents. Gone. We avoided the noble rebels. We avoided the noble rebels. Also, nobility is going down, so... There. It's still 41. Commoners? Oh, commoners are still getting taxed like that. 156. Where do I find that? Cost of court, I can dip down a little bit. Point 3, and we'll do the rest on stab. Yeah. It's fine. We actually build more things. You're still promoting people to fill in the last weapons, which is still missing stone. Oh, come on. No, pure stone. Well, more. For my only stone thing, I am going to automate because I feel like I'm not following it at all. The RGOs. We might have 1 month or 2 of shifting things. Nope. Parliaments. Immediately. Increase ties to neighbors. Yeah, that could work. I don't want to lose the 7 stab, so in all cases I want to put it up. Promote members of the clergy. Clergy goes up, but I don't really care about those. Market regulations. We get trade efficiency plus 1%, and we get extra benefits from merchants. Trade advantage plus 20%. No. Expanding the gravel roads, it will still keep on shifting us towards centralization. I kind of like that, but it's only 11%. I'll take the ties to neighbors because it's the safest option. And Busuma and Bonoman will gain relation of me, so might as well. And we're on the verge of increase opinion. Is off my ulema. Sorry, ulema. And we'll see if we can get something for that. Because changing policy, I probably don't want to change that. No, I don't want to favor the clergy and lose 12 stab. Frick you. You're on 41, the Umera. Peasants, you're gonna blow up your ceiling. No, commoners, you can go back to being fully taxed. The only one that are going to be less taxed is the Umera as we go and as they recover. 29. Get back to reducing all of my very little to inexistent inflation. New Mazdras. Nyani gets one great Mazdras. Cool. What does that do? Literacy for clergy, clergy power, local pop conversion speed. Okay. I really don't want to change that policy, guys. So please don't, because that would also be 12 stability. And I don't want to pay for 7. I don't want to lose 7 stab again. The Shadley, religious figure. Cultural tradition up. Ooh. No. Apparently we can't. Yes. DK those rebellious nobles. They're gonna be 44, 40 points, 61. We're good at the end of the month. We're still good on that level of taxation of the nobility. Equilibrium, nope, I need to go down 1 tick. Also, we're done with inflation. Yep. $222. Off we go. Back to making money. We were past the crisis. We passed the crisis. We survived. Unless we take another hit at -7 stab. I would something to push, 1%. 1% event in 2 months. Within the next 2 months. That would be great. Game, please. That or a slight increase in crown power. Yes, we gain 5% support in the council. Yes, yes. Yes, we passed the debate! I don't really care for the opinion, I just care for the no stability loss. Umera, you're on 46, 4609, I need to tick one more down. Are back to cruise control. Everyone's back to cruise control except the nobles. I did annoy them a lot, financially and privilege-wise and stuff like that. But things have been solved. 49, 48. Wow! Oh, I know, it's you. Tax you just a bit less. Actually, at this point, tax them even just a bit less, and it's fine. And we just forget what happens, and it'll be fine. Possible cabinet actions. Oh, right, because the Umera they just entirely disbanded. I mean, you're great at many things, so. And he's terrible at increasing control, so you're gonna go and increase control. Or you could wait, who's the best between you two? You're the best at stabilizing the country, but you'll be much more efficient in increasing control. Except I can't do it because you're already doing it. So you, sir, please stabilize country. Help, stab, recover, and you... Can we go back up to developing provinces, honestly? Get back to that. And you, yeah, if I get stability back up, you'll be fine. It's not the point null something that's gonna be a serious threat. We'll do something to the Dagbani peasants and it'll be fine. Increased control does not increase the maximum control. It does! It does. If we look at anyone, doesn't matter. Increasing control, max control, plus 10%, base, plus advisor skill. So it absolutely does. Now I need to get the cost of things back up into place. There we go. Colonies back and fueled. The cost of court is going to stay where it is at 0.05. Culture investment we might ditch a little bit once these guys are done, because that's also an investment. So it's a temporary 10% control, because from what I understand, it increases cap, then it has to build up to cap. Grant privilege costs cheaper, so it pisses off less estates when we grant a privilege. Corrupting my officials? Ooh! Efficiency of the cannon minus 10%. That's okay. It's now. It's not earlier. Cannon, I'm coming for you. I want the maximum RGO in rural. I want a better military. I want the subject opinion. I want the dip annexation costs, plural. After that, we're going to want the proximity cost. And the expected cost of court. And that's already a good amount of research for a while. Why is my clergy gaining 0.40 on a monthly change? Same religion. There's a policy of the air religion. Oh, right, the air religion. I never forgot. I have looked at those, but I have not really looked into it. Religious law, air, same religion. So same religion, clergy, estate satisfaction, recovery, okay? Tolerance of the true faith, up. Air of the same religion, yes. Monthly progress to spiritualist. We could start going humanist if I flip out of that. Apparently we are minting a bit too much. Make it that, just to make it safe. In our values, we're currently drifting spiritualists. But if I remove 0.10 from going towards the no, it doesn't remove anything. The rule. Because allow slave religion is minus thing, so it's pushing me towards humanist. Right? Yeah. Active Umar, yes. Demi bureaucrats, yes. I would like to know about my Demi estate, you know. Grant export licenses for my... We gain grant exports for nobles for 5 years. Nobles are happier. The burghers are less happy. But the burgers are... They're still going to gain from the negative stability up. So I'll still be taxing my burgers, while my nobility will still be taxed too. Or we say that privileges have to be earned and I piss off my nobility. Nope, let's grant the privileges for 5 years. We'll earn less money because burgers less taxed. But Umara taxed more, so all in all, they mostly seem to counterbalance each other. I'm sure that we are actually earning good. Bad actors, yes. Is it in diplomacy? Relations? Nope. We could rival the Mamluks, but I do not want to. I'm weaker than, well, Kanem is no match for me, but the other two are officially no match for me. Like, they would crush me. Yeah, with your 17,000 troops, it makes sense. And you're starting to have a standing army. Tunis with your 22 and standing army, yes, I understand that too. That is something I do understand, and... We are officially the 4th GP, which is great. Fixing our stab, or not fixing our income though. Let's, can I lower this down a bit more? Well, no, I like my 0.5. There. Also, we took a malice on tax efficiency because we're an embezzler. Really? You're an embezzler? We're gonna have that tax efficiency down for the entire thing? Really? You have the name of your grandfather and you're an embezzler? Woo! Progress! We actually see progress on the progress bar. Kabu and Ouagadougou. Yeah, but we're improving with both of them, so relations will go up. Up, up, up. And it'll be fine. You think you already have great opinion of me, right? Nope. Can still work on things. I mean, you still need to forget that I declared war on you. Which is fair. Hey, see ya! See ya! Our kill is unproductive. And Nunukun. How much tar are we producing and why is it still going to be... Yeah, you're producing on... Someone else is producing the tar. And there's no demand for it. Well, at some point it'll go back up. It's minting? Apparently plus minting works. Cool. Watch the game in 1 month, say. Yes, how do I do counter-espionage game? I would like to know. Also in Parliament, at some point I'm gonna want to flip to something else than this, but again... I mean, we could go to an estate Parliament. No, because we don't have the requirements of the burghers still. Need my burghers with at least 20%. But we actually now have more power than our nobility, more crown power. Which means that we start with 15% support in Parliament! Which is great. What's that button? Oh, view the ruling history. We're not moving the capital. We're still shifting out of decentralization and towards centralization. More crown power. More supportable war exhaustion. Proximity cost down as well. Which is going to further my control over places. Hey, 82.06. 6 locations are being cored. Well, we are just slowly promoting people through things. But we still have 54 peasants and 8.9k tribesmen. You're promoting to peasants? Great. Oof, losing 67 food here. How much are we producing in food here? Subsistence. We're producing 46 food. If we increase... That's increased by 40%. If we increase that, we would produce 46 times 0.6, 1.6. We would be producing 73, which is just an increase of 6 foods. Whereas in Kaba, if we could build... That would be great. And actually, I'm going to subsidize that. Because local food production plus 4%. That's great. Can we build a windmill here? Except that, yeah, because local rice output goes up. Build me a windmill, because that's more food produced. Yay, minus 29. Solved the issue. We saved ourselves. Oh, the art is done. Ooh, now I need to see I need to see our art. It's in Yami. Now it's in society, culture, works of art. We have the derivative palace of Dakadialan, locally known. It gives us no cultural tradition. It gives us 0.03 pop promotion speed. 0.03 pop conversion speed. It is absolutely terrible. Artists, you're gonna be fired, all of you. Can I fire you because you're absolutely terrible? You do give me some form of something progress towards innovative. Like, not even rounding up to 0.1. We have institutional growth from 0.01. Woo! The art is terrible. And that's the palace. That is the derivative palace of Dakajian. Here. Apparently. And And its origin is in here, but I don't know what it is. The Banal Temple Tower of Niani does not give any cultural tradition. Hey, 3 times better than the palace for pop promotion, pop conversion, and pop assimilation. 0.1 more on institution growth. No cultural tradition, no prestige. And how about our glorious cannon? I mean, we don't know of cannons yet, but we have a glorious cannon. Our heavy metal artist, what did he do? It does nothing. Great. You guys are great. Hello, Swedish Toad. You, sir. You're the blacksmith, right? Yeah. Can I fire you? Pardon, yeah, pardon. Get out, sir. I don't ever want to hear about you again. Get out. Get out. Maybe someday we'll get actual artists. Society, people... Pops, no, characters. Sort by art. Yeah, we only have our three artists. Make them explorers and send them to explore, or something like that. Nothing bad ever happens to explorers. No. Nothing. Communalism slows down migration. Average literacy of 5.67. That translates to 0.56 skill of new artists. Yay! This is glorious. I love this. Getting a lot of people. Explorer once. You took an arrow to the knee. Yeah. Hey, at least we're at 0.53, actually. Because our cultural influence versus their tradition. So our influence is 33.75. Their tradition is 98.89. So apparently we did have some form of impact of something. We're down to the 1st of June 1401. So maybe... Nope, we're down to 0.552. Well, extra manpower. Next one is improve relations, then loyalty of subjects, which I want to see in the queue where it is. It's because that's Renaissance tech, I think. Yeah, we're going through here, then here. For the loyalty of subjects, and then I think we're back on the other... Yep. Unless there's something around here, nope. And then we're back to the Age of Tradition, so we should be zooming faster through the Age of Tradition text. Yeah, after that we're gonna go for construction speed, max RGO size in rural, and that'll be most of the research done. That would be, what would that be? The griot. Okay. Reach the age of 16. He is our ruler. He is our ruler's younger brother and heir to Mali. Hi. We're throwing him a party, and then he can get to work. He's was made to be a military, so possibly... do we take the prestige and legitimacy? I mean, we're losing prestige, so might as well. Congratulations, you're married. Expand the dynasty, lady. You're terrible. I mean, you're evil? Yeah, you're malevolent. But you're good at military, like your husband. You can talk military strategy or something. Who knows? Selling off titles of the Umara to anyone who can afford to pay. I can say gold is the true worth. We get a lot of money. Or we gain 5% estate satisfaction from our nobles, which means we can tax them more. Because we're in no position to actually get anything. What's your current equilibrium? We have 6.91% taxes from the nobility. So if I do a -10, we're on a -5, which means that we're earning slightly less. But it's 128 ducats. And we can still keep on taxing them at the same rhythm, it's just that they're going to be slightly unhappy for a few months. Okay, for a few many months, because they're on 35%. But that's money for me, money I can invest. Kabu and Ouagadougou. Now we won't touch anything else. We might actually start building a standing army. Let's build armies, regulars. We wanted a Sofa infantry. Inyani! Yay! 200 standing infantry. Longer to recruit, but starting experience plus 20. Time for bed! Yes! I think it would be time for me too. I have to go see the bank sometime tomorrow morning. Also, inflation. There. Okay. We have stabilized. Kusuma, can I attack you again? You're Sunni, right? Country, primary religion, Sunni. Yes. Allows mysticism versus jurisprudence. Of legalism in EU4. I kind of want to feed Yatenga, a little bit of Yatenga over to them. Like if we go to geographical and we look at provinces, things like that again. Like feed Busuma to them. Maybe take Wa for myself? Question mark? And make a release a Ouagadougou, because there's probably a Ouagadougou subject somewhere. So I can't. Why can I not curry favors? I mean, I can curry favors with my subjects. We could try. Yeah, Cabo and Ouagadougou, but I'm not worried by them. Jolliff is perfectly loyal for some reason. Diprep, but different religion. Yeah, and I'll have to live with that. Also, the Umera can be taxed more. Well, this goes back up. Hello, Cynics Anarchy. How is EU5? I want it so badly. I had to work on Thursday and Friday, and I had something on Thursday I had that's yesterday evening. I had something else, but since it released on Tuesday evening, I have played. Well, up to tonight, I had played 21 hours. And I started around 7 p.m. tonight, and I'm still going and learning, and yeah, I'll miss the mission tree so much. Actually, I'm actually quite okay with not having the mission tree. I wish they would have brought back the little mission trees from the Imperator style in with a little bit more variety. Because Imperator missions were it was exactly the same thing, but for the neighboring region, and it was like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. But I really like the idea of 2, 3, like 2, 3, 4 short, maybe 5 missions, very short, one after the other, for a little bonus, but give you like 5, 6, 7, 8, as many options as the game gives you. Like, I want to focus on my economy in that region. Okay, here's a few missions for that. I want to focus on my relations with my subjects. Okay, here's a few missions for that. With little bonuses at the end. Because then, as a player, if you like the mission and being a bit railroaded by content, you're railroaded by content. If you want it for just the bonuses and you know what to do, well, power creep. And if you're learning the game, it's also a great way to explain and bring back to the tutorial without having to set the game on easy and specifically give you a nation to learn the thing on according to game. I think it's gonna be time to stab. Do you have any mill skills? Yes. You are gonna crack down on rebels. Rebel crackdown. I don't care about own rebels only for some reason. And it's the Mossy Patriots that I have to crack down on. Crack! Let's get rid of them. But no, this game it's gonna require flavor for many places. Because yes, every country has a few unique advances and events linked to them. But right now, playing in Mali felt like the same as when I was playing in Korea on Wednesday. A few minor differences, but still the same. So the game lacks a little bit in diversity. But overall, it's amazing. They took good bits from all of the major Paradox titles, and I'm including Imperator in that, and they managed to mesh them down all together. Like, this is what I want from an economy perspective. This is what I wanted Vicky to be. Also, we're back to making big money. We don't need the dip spending. Let's max back out on this. Get out of our stab hole as fast as possible. And you're still earning, so we can tax you a little bit more while we're earning more. Like you have the idea of building a building and then waiting for it to be actually built before it actually produces things. How are we on paper here? Also. We do have extra paper. Ooh, that means we can make a second scriptorium. Produce more books in the capital. Also, here's our first standing army. They're not archers, they're infantrymen. Game, I did not hire archers. Okay, we improved as much as we could with Noopit, and he is heading home. Do you have any chance? Nope, he does not want to be my friend. Opinion, ratio of greed power score, distance. Okay, so if I eat Busuma, you want to be my friend. But no, this game is great. Scorchers, no. Can I have you drill? Because you do start with some experience, which reduces damage in combat by 8.84%. Okay. Well, it was probably 10% and then they got released. So they start to drill, but I don't have an option to drill them. I need to have research drill army. Okay. Okay, we've improved as much as we could with Dagbon. Maybe not Bonoman. Gobier. Or no, we said the Tuat was improve relation with you. Actually, I can do Gobier as well. Oh, Kanem might have gotten eaten by Gobier. Kanem Bornu was big, and now Kanem Bornu is small. Very small. Dang, all of this could be colonized. That's amazing. We're actually colonizing. Technically, we are colonizing here. We are 32% colonizing. With our capital here. Oh, we're losing money again. Because Umera need to be taxed a bit less. And we're gonna reduce spending here. I wanted, but not having missions will probably be too much of a negative. Really? That much? Do you get the Black Death as Mali? No. You're one of the very few regions that is safe. Like, it went down into Fazan, but it did not finish crossing the Sahara. It was like northern Fazan. Who had possibly got it? I didn't pay close enough attention. But Ghana and all of Western Africa here were safe. Yep, see you in 3 ads. Mossy Patriots. Can I reduce that even more? Base value, power of support. Okay, if I had more control, they would get less progress. Tolerance, religion, yep. Lack of pop needs. Oh. Local unrest from negative stability. Tax farming and favor the ruler, yeah. Also taxes for the nobility that are negative. 36, I'm fine. Yeah. There, go back to that. Max spending. Probably the tribes or something? Also the fact that they are still considering themselves conquered. I don't want to call it Gia. I don't want to rival anyone else outside my thing. Forest village in Garalo. I don't know where Garalo is. Oh, right here. Really? You're not profitable? Is leather not insufficient demand in the country? Do I have too many forest villages? Yeah, there's too much leather. Okay. Then we need to increase our consumption of leather to start to reboot it. Siguri no Kaba, you're the rice place. You have your windmill. You're still hiring on the windmill, but... Coal's good. Wood good. And cloth. Wow. Lots of available cloth. That's interesting. Cynic's Anarchy. No, to answer the question, your question, no, we do not get to the Black Death. It went down possibly a little bit into Tuat. It was in Northern Fazan, but it did not get into Kanem here. Too hot for the rats. Too hot for the rats, too hot for the germs, and we are relatively isolated. So my population has only been growing since the start. There's a little dip when some of my... When did I get that dip? Oh, yes, because I think I conquered land and then I gave it away? Question mark? Unsure. Visit from some shady people. No, I can totally take the prestige. I do not need the spy network in Tunis. It's fine. I don't need to spy on Tunis. But no, the fact that when you pass... Again, I'm going to compare a lot of things to Vicky, because Vicky was the biggest recent release, the biggest game release from Paradox Studios proper recently. And you want to pass a law? Well, you can take a severe hit to your stability and say, frick you, now this is the law. By the way, what do we have for chances for ICTA instead of ICTA? Tax farming, which is capital economy, which I do like. We could go for land acquisition. We would earn less in taxes, but we would still get some centralization, which is good. I don't want to do lenient taxation, so I don't want traditional economy. But right now, if I wanted to flip from ICTA to something else, I can't afford the stab cost, but I could pay for stab cost, lose a bunch of stab, which always drifts to 0. You can pay to speed things up. Right now I'm paying 10 ducats to speed that up. And flip the rule. Foreign wisdom, prestige and legitimacy, cool. Other option is to wait. Hassan! Yay! He's our Crown Prince. Congratulations, Crown Prince. I am curious to follow you. Other option, you go to here, you go to your parliament, which you can only summon once every 5 years. You summon the parliament, depending on how much power your crown has, you get a base support in parliament, and then you negotiate with your estate saying, hey, I give you this, you support you support me in parliament. And if the parliament ends up with plus 50%, you do get the bonus that you started the debate on. But you can ask for a CB and just, boom, now I have a CB. You can ask for larger levies, giving you approved levies, so you recruit more people. Additional taxes. It increases the maximum tax, which I don't know if it really translates immediately into cash, but we might do that on the next parliament. We're roughly 1 year and a half away. How are getting CBs in this game? Well, the speed depends on 2 things. I only know of 2 ways of getting CBs. There are possibly more. The first one is the classic EU4 style. Spy on country, which I should be doing on Busuma or Bonoman. So open all, build a spy network, the classic. It's gonna be costing me diplomats, but you come back here. So you spy, it's going to cost you a diplomat to send, and then it's going to cost you some monthly diplomats from what you promote, fund, support financially, call it however you want. Once you have enough in here, you can fabricate a CB. And creating the CB depends on your values. You can either be a belligerent country or a conciliatory country. Belligerent, you make CBs faster and basically take less AE, but can take more. Conciliatory, you take more AE, but your subjects are more loyal, your cabinet is more efficient, you're more inward focused. The other one is to ask your parliament. So when parliament arrives, you say, hey, parliament, I have 50% support, give me a CB on country XYZ, and parliament's like, okay, boss, but you need your 50% support. Your support is half of your crown power. My crown power is 3143, which equates to roughly 32. 32 divided by 2 is 16. I have a bit less, so that translates to that 1571. You just want to use it on changing laws. Yeah, mostly. I use it mostly to change laws. Sometimes also keeping the parliament issue and voting the actual issue is worth it. So, but yeah, it really depends. Also, I am totally not. I need to lower my Umera taxes. So they can keep on going up. Did our artists start making more art? More terrible art? Yes! We're gonna have a regalia by our absolutely terrible artists. Our careless artist is making us a regalia. I fear the result. This artist, has made us art. He made us... we have to go to culture, culture, works of art. That guy, who's currently making a regalia, that guy, who is, he made us our glorious cannon. It's locally known, and that's about it. It has its origin in our city, in Niani, and it gives no bonuses. We've been funding artists for 10, 15 years, something like that, for them to make art. We have 3 artists. Our first artist, we hired him specifically to make art. We told him, hey, I'm commissioning you, make art. We don't know of cannons yet, but he still managed to make a cannon. That's impressive. But besides that, the cannon gives no bonuses. Then we have our architect, one of our 2 architects. Let's find him again. I mean, he does like palaces because he already did 1. So now he's working. No, sorry, he did a temple tower. So our architect is, well, these 2 are architects. This one did our palace, which gives basically no bonuses. But he spent 15 years building the palace, and we spent 15 years funding him. Is he a scam artist? Probably. Are we keeping the scam up? Absolutely. Oh no, he died. We lost a cabinet member. Oh, you're great. But brother is actually... You're my brother. Yeah, you're my younger brother. You're more balanced, so... Fired, brother. Yeah, so our palace maker did a terrible palace, and the last guy decided... Ooh, what is that? Exotic diplomatic gifts. Improve relations up. Cool, we're gonna improve relations faster. Also in this game, diplomats, you don't have fixed number of diplomats like EU4. You have however much you fund them. And while they're out on missions, improving relations, spying so we can start fabricating CBs, etc., etc., etc. They consume monthly cap. Not monthly cap, but monthly regen. That's why I'm currently generating 0 diplomats per month. Because I'm using 0.10 on annexing countries, 0.10 on building spy networks, and 0.20 on opinion improvements, 2 of them. So that's 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4 with 2 at. And you can also, if we look at your diplomacy, it's really well made. You also have a diplomatic cap of how many, even if you were paying max, how many relations you can keep, and every vassal takes up some of it, which is amazing. And your ruler stat comes to increase that capacity. If you're above your capacity, you suffer malices. It's just amazing. Research is relatively fast, but there's a lot more research than EU4. You have the advances. You can either add them one at a time like this. If you like, I want this, I want this, I want that. Like, oh, I would like to put to research. Actually, let me check for one that I want. Nobility estate satisfaction. I want that one. I'm going to queue that one up. When you click on it, it's going to put it up in the list after lag. And it's going to show me more things that you unlock in the tree. You can also go through here, and the game is divided in ages. You will automatically change from one age to the other. Like it's a set date. At Age of Renaissance ends in January 1437. So January 1437 will flip to the Age of Discovery. However, you don't exactly fall back on tech per se, but every age you have 3 institutions, dualism, legalism, and meritocracy, that you need to have embraced to research the things that are specific. So Age of Tradition, I think, is slightly different, but meritocracy is specific to China. Organized religion, shipbuilding, all of these, they're feudalism, but the game is mostly divided into 3 trees, 1 per institution, plus 1 that is depending on the path, which you can assimilate to idea group in EU4. Disagreement advisor, he has a good point, or we kill that guy. He's gonna cost us money if we kill him, so we'll say he has a good point. Rip legitimacy. Age of the Renaissance is gonna be possibly more explicit. So there's 3 trees. 1 for Renaissance, first institution. 1 for banking, second institution. And the last one being professional armies for the 3rd institution. We decided to go on a diplomatic path. So we unlocked a diplo tree with a lot of advances. And we can research all of our age tree. But as long as I don't have professional armies or banking or Renaissance, there's no chance of me getting access to those bits of the tree. Does Portugal or Holland have something fun? I have not looked at them, so I cannot answer that question. And I would need to go back to the main menu to research, to look at things, to actually figure it out. No, we're fine. We still have a few more months of max taxing of the nobility. Also, the game has a crap ton of automation because otherwise the game would be overwhelming for many people. Me included. I don't know. Because the ones that are specific to your country, like mine for Mali, if I go back to my advances, find one. Like the ones that are in purple. Okay, we decide, no, this one, Gold of Boer. That one is specific to is Mali. So the Portuguese ones would be in the tree at places in the Portuguese tree, for example, saying requirement is Portugal or is Portuguese culture or something like that. So without loading into a Portugal game, I mean, or at least the main menu, I could look at this. And this in Age of Renaissance, I mean, yeah, banking. And also because I went admin focus, I do have access to this branch in admin, which is the banking tree. If I had gone, okay, I went admin apparently and not dip. If I had gone dip, I possibly would have had things more here on the cabinet seats, things like that. See, this one we have Islamic Golden Age, cultural influence plus 10%, because we are in the Islam religion group. So all the special ones that are showing up in purple, they all have a specific criteria to actually be used. This one special advanced because we decided admin abilities for this age. So we have access to the anti-piracy leagues. Anyone who did not go admin does not have access to this in this age. Whereas all the green ones are just, everyone will have them. Well, in the admin tree, provided you go into the admin tree, dip tree provide that. Fine, you're buying it. Oh. Our kid is slow. Right. Wait. No, it's fine. You're not going to be inheriting. You're just going to be married off. Sorry. My oldest daughter in-game is slow. What does slow do? Is that for all traits or is it... Yeah, it's all traits. Now let's try and give you some form of admin education. How long is the tutorial? I have not played all of the tutorial at all. This is hearsay. I have not checked myself. But they say that if you say that you want to click play the tutorial, the game is set to easy mode, like easy difficulty for you to learn the ropes. And I didn't want to do that. So on first day, I actually activated the tutorial, but started as Molly. I seem like 1 hour like normal. No, you're gonna have more than that. You're gonna have more than 1 hour for that. If only because reading tooltips and learning and stuff like that. Like, only reading about control would be, you can have ages. Ooh. We're gonna be finishing that. We're gonna be done integrating this. One whole control, yay! Rico, it has been integrated. Great. So now my control is actually going to be able to spread, right? Right? Or do I have to save up to build a bailiff? Because there's a hard border here on control. Maximum control is still 0. Why is my max control still 0 here? Average satisfaction. Okay, you're unhappy people. Why are you unhappy? Because your culture is probably discriminated. Mossy culture. Yeah. You're 10% of my culture. And you're currently discriminated. If I add you as tolerated, you should no longer be unhappy. We'll give you a month. And even if you're not happy, like... You should not be unhappy because you're discriminated anymore. You are tolerated now. So stop being unhappy and allow me to improve control here. I want your taxes. You're gonna hit your head on the wall. No, don't do that. That's bad for you. And why? But why would you do that? The wall's gonna win. Unless you have a very hard head. That's what I call learning a paradox theme. Yep, that does work. Metaphor works. Why is average satisfaction not going back? Oh wait, okay, it's barely changed. So does that actually have to... Why? Nobles are pissed off. Why are you pissed off? Because my Umera are pissed off. Fair. But overall, you're gonna be back to being taxed soon, so doesn't hurt. Could even be taxed more. Ah, I'm taxing my Umera to the max. Haha. Back to my nobles. Why are my nobles pissed off here? So my Umera pissed for minus 20%. Fair. Mossy is tolerated, okay. Who is Rogo Miki? The Rogo Miki religion is part of the African folk religious group, okay? Okay, so the religion don't see Sunni as terrible, okay? We tolerate Rogo Miki. Yeah. That's only tolerated. That's understandable. And that explains the minus 20%. Also, you're lacking sugar. Well, too bad for you. Possible cabinet action, yes. Cabinet, you... Increasing control will be only very temporary, so useless. We don't have pop assimilation. We could push a societal value with him. He's decent. Which value would we push, though? Innovative cannot push more. Centralization, we could push centralization more. That would be possible. We are pushing towards free subjects, which I kind of want. For full land, ooh, push away from traditional economy. Push capital economy. Yeah. Push towards capital economy, sir. Change, I want capital economy. Nope, it says you can't push more. Okay, then don't encourage capital economy. Try and change towards innovative? Yeah, you can push towards innovative. Cool. Okay, I need to build a bailiff here. Probably actually here. $188. That means it's going to take some time. Zoop, tax them slightly less so that they go up a bit faster. Yeah, negative Umera opinion is doubled in terms of relationship with the nobles. Got it. Food costs have gone down. We're almost up to making positive stability. Unheard of. Probably a lie of some sort. 3 ducats, 3.02 ducats. Can I mint more? Yay, I can mint more. Not too much more, but a little bit more. Compensate with the loss of tax we're going to get from the Umara. It's fine, it's only Ouagadougou unhappy with me. They just need more relations. Okay, we're like 5% done. Maybe 6%. And we're back to February for 15. He's a 1-year-old and he already knows admin, dip, and mill. He's a, 1-year-old. Really a 1-year-old. And he's catching up on his sister, who is a 3. And receiving an education. No, I can't game. It's a lie. I don't want to call a jihad. I can't have more rivals. My heir is underage. Yes, hide that, please. I don't care. RGO's missing employees. Yeah, I mean... Really? Oh! Morocco Tlemceni War. Nah. That's fine. It's only Ouagadougou that's disloyal. How are my rebels down? The Mossy Patriots have been taken down, so you're gonna work on the Dagbani. Dagbani Patriots, please. Work down on the Dagbani, please. Thank you, because there's 26,000 of them. Unprofitable building. Yeah, the tar kiln. Yeah, I can see that. Lumber. The price of lumber probably just changed by a ad, and they're like, we're not profitable anymore. How's the demand? Demand is low. Build the RGO. Build me that resource gathering operation. You're... Ooh, stone quarries. Right, I can build stone quarries. I do need stone. Or at least did need stone. Yeah, I still need stone. Okay, now we're earning monies, actually. We're actually earning monies. If I automate, how much do you lower the tax? Yeah, no, you steal me 3 ducats? No. Wait, don't go all the way. $609. $638. It's not going to change anything on the satisfaction change of the speed at which the Umera recover. And I think we start thinking about the next big impact we're going to do to nobles or someone else. Oh, estates! Something's going to happen to you. Probably the nobles again. Like, removing the protected fate of the elite. I could take that, or we get excellent diplomacy for dip rep. No, we can appease the fickle estates. Because those that we can tax more. And use satisfaction equilibrium. Yep. Means I can tax you slightly more. Well, I can't tax you more than that, but tax you more for that. And the others who got 2.5% more equilibrium, we're taxing them slightly more for 5 years. Magically. Even the community is being taxed. Not for much, but they're being taxed. They are being forced to contribute. Lumber. Expand the RGO, please and thank you. Thank you, game. Expanding my RGO there. Need so many laborers. We're promoting a 9 per month. You do have a road, right? Yeah, you have a road to here. Parliament time. Do I want to take the parliament now? Yes. What do I change, though? First, let's have a first look what they would be asking for. Inyani. Expanding the gravel road network works fine for me. Remove some decentralization to move towards centralization. And I could just go with that. Let's go with the expanded gravel road. Our parliament is on 48%. Lessen levy obligations on the ulema. I could go with that. And if I go with that, I would get the expansion of the gravel roads. We can wait. Let's actually just wait. See if we get an event for 5% or something. Or like last time, a little bit more than 25%. So we could support a law change and stuff. Heir. We could put him into any religion. So we could flip the heir religion. Ikta, tax farming, we could flip to land acquisition, but we would be taxing the estates less. And I do like my tax efficiency. How efficient a country is collecting taxes? If it's positive, it actually increases the amount of tax that countries can get from their estates. And since all your money comes from taxing your estates, well, lost support. That's not exactly what I was expecting. And the question is, do I want to spend 7 stab for the debate, or do I want to do something else? Wait for the month to take, and then we click, and then we go see next. Because failing the debate would bring us just slightly under 0. At the current rhythm. Laws. Marriage law is... Monogamous would not change much, so... Slave conversion, we did go to allow slave no, we went allow slave conversion. So religious laws, nothing much unless we change the Ikta tax farming for land acquisition, but I do care for my money, so no. No, I'm not going lenient taxation. Levy law, we get Tontajon Taniworo. Noble state satisfaction up. It's only about, well, there's the noble's power. The daughter is born. Good job, daughter. You're born. You need to be, sorry, I need to keep my taxes going up. Budgets. At this point, let's just sacrifice that. There. As things will go up. And how long until the debate fails? 76 days. We have 2 more months. So we could go inclusive levies, but I'm not certain. Admin laws. Central Council. Yes, because that's efficiency of the cabinet. And that's the only one that doesn't give this decentralization. Feudal de jure law, we're by tradition, which is peasant estate. We could go for speed of integration. Which, that would actually help here. No, integration would be here, making them conquered. Honestly, possible. Not the most needed. Public harem. Monthly legitimacy up, counter-espionage down, progress towards aristocracy. I don't want traditionalists. Conciliatory I could live with. Allows females and women in cabinets, not females. Well, it's males and females, so yeah. Nobility would take a -5%, meaning we would tax our estate less and we would get more crown power. So on a daily basis, we would not be able to tax them as much. Because their estate's loyalty would be lower, but we would increase the tax base because our crown power would be higher. Huh. There could be an argument for that. To change our harem laws. Our legal code is the Sharia, which is clergy power and pop conversion speed up. This allows female rulers, yes. The other one is traditional law, and I don't want traditional law. I don't want decentralization. We're working hard on centralization. Royal court custom, royal harem. Monthly prestige, forbid marriage with lowborn, no. Allows females in cabinet, no. Itinerant court, we might want to change to that. Oh, innovative. Court of culture, cultural influence up, skill of new artists up. Yeah, we could want to flip to court culture. Because with cultural influence up means that we are more likely to fight back against other cultures. New artists would come in with more skills, which means better works of art, so better culture for ourselves as well. It requires us to spend a little bit more on court cost, but we're about to take a tech that's going to reduce that back. So we're about to neutralize. Yeah, I want court culture, court of culture. And Sharia jurisprudence, we only have the Maliki one, so well. So royal court, we might want to change that. Border control, yep, we're absolutely allowing migration. At some point, we could go civil society to tax the peasants more. Education of the masses, we went with religious teachings. We don't want to flip that. We set the burghers in charge of our minting operations already, which same thing. We don't need to change. We had plutocracy and capital economy. The only one I would flip to possibly is the commoners. And precious metal distribution. I'm glad with my 1% trade efficiency. And estate laws were not changing to favor the ruler. So we want to flip one more law. Do we want to flip the law, or do we want to take the parliament issue? I'm perfectly fine lessening the levy obligations. That will do. We'll take 2 more month ticks of, yeah. Hopefully 2 more ticks of ulema getting back to what they should be at. So I think we take the... No, we'll be good on stab, so... Change the law. Or tradition. Or air religion, actually. That would give us humanist. And clergy satisfaction decay would be much slower, but it's not as impactful as my court customs. Court of culture is what I want. Freak you, stability! Or something like that. Cost of court. I mean, well, it's gonna take some time until this gets implemented. I should have waited a few days into January to do this. That one's gonna expire on June, so I'm not gonna get the double tick of that. Hey, loyalty of subjects up. Good job. Next up are the integrations, I think. No, construction speed, maximum RGO size, and another 10 subject opinion. So they're just gonna be it's opinion, it's not loyalty. Still, it's more opinion. What's that? Desert connection. Okay. It's technically connected. Got it. Oh, uncolonized things here. We don't know up here. Issue fails! Oh no! Issue fails! Oh no! That one's surprising! Issue failed! Oh no! And I do need to improve my dip spending a little bit. What? No one is fine. Ooh, put them on. Cancel. Build a spy network. Religious war. On Bono. Okay, we're back to earning some form of money. Put it like that. Commoners, dip income, that's my subject income, right? What's the detail of my dip income? Yeah, it's all the vassals paying some form of vassal fees. Even Tadmeka paying less than 0.01 ducat. I think I want a bailiff over here in Banfora. Noble, no. No nothing, no monies for that. Wow, these guys are actually consuming more food than what than the peasants are producing. Forest veg would be exactly balanced to produce some leather, but there's way too much leather on the market. Whereas this one will consume other resources. Probably some iron. Because we're lacking tools. We're lacking a little bit of beer. We're lacking so many things. Market. In this market, all. What's lacking most? Fruits, clay, and books. Yani, get another bookmaker, I guess. Like that. We have an amazing amount of dyes. We're lacking a little bit on the paper side. And lumber seems to be fine for now. What are you lacking? We're lacking weapons. Okay. Well, I can't make more weapons, but we'll... Are you building a library? You're actually building a library. Cool. That was a good read. Our Umera gained 10% estate satisfaction. Yes, please. Yoink. Now they're above 50%. Ah, crap. Is revoking a privilege still the same because I would like to get rid of only nobility as leaders? What major rights I want to keep? Elaborate court life. It's individualism. I'm not fond of it, but it can stay. Protecting faith of the elites, that one has to go. Implemented before. Revoking privilege is only 62. And 40% of their estate satisfaction. Well, way higher, but it's not a 90 dip because they're way less powerful now. Now that we started eating them, it's much easier to get them to where we want. We want to give more power to our burgers, though. That one, we could do that. Market attraction, oh yes. I want that. I want the Commercial Advisory Council. I want the control over coinage. Reducing the tax temporarily makes privileges a bit cheaper to revoke. Let's check. If I said I wanted to revoke, not this one, but this one. Where's the cost? How is the base cost determined? 400. The base cost is multiplied by 0.20 due to the following reason. Estate power of the nobility. Nope, it's scaled by their power. So it's 400 multiplied by nobility estate power. And since they had more power, it was more expensive on the previous one. Also, all hail nested tooltips. So the base cost is 400 times estate power. I need to note that down because... Come on, tablet. Estate in Flu. Base times multiplicative reductions. There. So we would want more if we had more communalism. It would make it easier. Also, we're listening to Stellaris music, no longer U4 music, but it works well. Communalism. It goes up. The communalism reduces the cost of things, right? Yeah. The more communalism we have, the easier it is to revoke a privilege. And the happier the estates are. The less likely pops are to join a rebellion, but the less likely they are to migrate to. Yep, this is definitely Stellaris music. It has Stellaris music vibes. But besides our ulema, who are 2 months away from being happy again, I think we can call this a day. Also, when you're not balanced on your estate like that, I am quite certain that it is financially more interesting to go here, unautomate, tax the hell out of them as much as you can. Yes, it's going to dip by 0.87, so in 7 months it's going to be over. But over those 7 months, you'll have earned 8.26 instead of the 530. You'll have earned 3 ducats. Instead of letting it decay and just tax them at just that loyalty level. So the difference being 3 ducats multiplied by quite a few years, by 7 years. That's 21 ducats. On contrary of letting it tick down by 0.4 currently, and then mostly the same all over. Because that one you would just double it. So you would be gaining 3 ducats less, but you're earning them, and you'd still be earning them after, so there's no difference. So I think it's in your interest to tax them. It would be my interest to go here and tax the hell out of them to get this to tick down. But that is calculations. But knowing myself, I'll have forgotten next time, so let's leave this at this where it is. Unpause for a few days so it realigns. There you go. Could we max out on cultural investment? Yes, we could max out on cultural investments. And we could maintain our forts again. Okay, now I'm good. The economy has been mostly fixed. Stability can still be decreased, but I still have a few privileges that I want to revoke from my nobility. What's the cost of revoking? How is the cost for the loyalty from revoking? Is it 40%? Yeah, it seems to be set or their calculation is unknown. So if I tax them, if I remove 5%, I'll be able to tax them 5% less. But I also gain that crown power back for myself. And that would allow me to convert the... Make sure that all of my nobles are converted to Sunni. And slowly kick out all the forms of African traditional faith. I think it's the name that they gave it. Like, same thing for the burghers. Protection, conversion of the burghers is blocked. Well, that would be much cheaper to get. And but that's 25 estate power that will be shared with others. I'd rather kick my nobility in the guts a lot. Like that one. I want to kick that one out too. Because that's another 50% influence of the nobility that I don't want. I would replace it with something maybe, possibly. Like nobility, not the banal lordship. Could go with an elite council. Could go for some land rights for some tax efficiency. Noble patronage of the arts, except it's a lot of influence for just 2 equilibrium. Makes the artist cheaper though. Saves us a decent chunk of cash. And progress to Inno. Could go for that. And these are unavailable because we do not have monetary fiefs. Yep. We don't have Office of the Farimasura estate privilege. And Office of the Zankarzuma. We don't have the estate privilege Office of the Zankarzuma. But yeah, there's a few things I could give back to my nobility. Could. I want that one. Frick it, the ones who are going to be the most pissed off are the nobles, and I actually gave the nobles something. Ooh. Building roads, right? If you want to build roads, burgers, go. I'm giving you that one. Because it's going to piss off the nobility a little bit, and that actually don't care because they have excess. The clergy is going to be pissed off a little bit, but the clergy does recover faster. So I'm okay with that. Commoners doesn't matter, they'll be there in 2 months, and the tribes doesn't matter because they're happy anyways. There. Build roads. Have fun. Build me all the roads. And that's a little bit more power for them. Right, and I do need to finish implementing this, but it's more progress towards innovative. And you with the road rights, it's more centralization. So we're going to be 0.36 here, and once this is fully implemented, Port of Culture will have another 0.8. We'll be drifting at a full 0.7 towards innovative. We're going to be zooming. Except it can't go fast 62.2. Ooh, so we need to push 1 whole point. That's the limit, it seems. Could that be the limit? Would that be the same? Centralization? I cannot push. It doesn't know. It doesn't say because I'm not in centralization. Spiritualists would be 18. Yeah, 18.19. So it's exactly how much you push per month multiplied by 10, which is your limit. Aristocracy would be on 19. Yep. Serve them, maximum of 10. Well, we don't know because we haven't flipped yet. Quality 10. Quality 10. So communalism, we can't. That's why we can't push more than 5. I figured it out. Yeah, it's by 100. I figured it out! I'll be able to DM Garius and tell him, I found out! I learned! Yeah, it's by 100, yeah. It's your drift multiplied by 100 is your limit. Sorry, that one is just, no. Go back to my favorite one. And that's going to be the end. But yeah, it's drift multiplied by 100 to get your limit. And if you haven't flipped into the thing, like in here, I haven't flipped to centralization yet. We're still working on decentralizing the country. I cannot use a cabinet member to push because technically there's no centralization, so it doesn't know the limit at which it's pushing. I think the current limit here for centralization is minus 26 decentralization, and since we're still above that on decentralization, there's no, you still can't push towards centralization, which is a bit silly. So in theory, a cabinet member that is pushing something can add you, since it's 0.1, they can add you 10% more in one category or the other. Meaning that once they're actually pushing, once they have pushed the value over 11 or over 12 or 13 months or more, depending on where it is, after you leave it there, and you keep the bonus, the extra bonus. Aha. Yeah, we're getting a 0.18 towards innovative because of the cabinet member. So I could technically, quote-unquote, cheat almost 20% of innovative just by keeping the member there. That's super interesting. And that's why communism can't push more. Jurisprudence couldn't push more than, well, 20%, technically 18% because of cabinet efficiency. So 29, we're already past it. Yeah. Yep. 3am maths. And 3am maths, we actually figure things out. That's impressive. Anyways, chat, thank you very much for being here. YouTube, this is where the VOD ends. Thank you very much for being here. Catch you next time. Don't forget to subscribe, like, comment, all the stuff. Thank you very much, everyone. See you next time.